from just listening to those to that, to these people talk. And so obviously I got that they don't like when I say that men's feelings shouldn't be validated. But they don't listen to the live, so that's their fault. They don't know what I'm talking about. They don't understand it. They don't want to understand it either. I know that. But I'm still going to talk about it. That's one part of it. But secondly, a thing that I definitely want to address is my girl Kay said it, and I use it often, but people trying to spray me with my own tea will always blow my mind. It will never not blow my mind. I don't understand it at all. So yesterday they do this often. Some of the stuff they make up, you know what I'm saying? They misrepresent intentionally or unintentionally or whatever. But a lot of it is they just don't understand, right? Like I've been on my live many a times and I've talked about how men, are coercive and how men do all of, all these like underhanded tactics that we use to gain access to women physically, emotionally, whatever the case may be, right? And men don't understand, those men specifically, they don't understand that those tactics, you could joke in here, Coco, those tactics those tactics that men use to manipulate women are abusive tactics. Like those things that men do to women to manipulate them and to control them, like that is abuse, right? And you guys know, because we've had these discussions many a times, when we talk about abuse, a lot of these dudes, they instantly go to, oh, like I had a dude the other day when I was talking about abuse. He was like, oh, so I guess we're using TikTok terms or something like that. And I was like, what? No, we weren't using TikTok terms. This is an actual thing. Like, what are you talking about? It's not my opinion about what I think abuse is or what TikTok thinks it is. There is a definition, and there are like opinions on abuse that like authorities, you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking like police necessarily, but I mean like doctors, people like that who would say that this is abuse. Thank you. So I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I saw this today and I thought this was very interesting, especially after the conversation, all the conversations that were being had yesterday, right? So this is the wheel. Hold on. Let me turn my camera around. So this is the wheel of abuse, physical violence, abuse, whatever, right? It's for educational purposes. If you see that up there, it says using coercion, using intimidation, the next to using coercion and threats, it's financial abuse. This one, the one that says, you say where it says lidge, it's male privilege, using children, minimizing, denying, and bullying, making light of abuse, and not taking her concerns about it seriously, using isolation as control. Like, if you read through all of these things, if you guys were to read through all of these things, if these dudes were to really sit here and read through all of this stuff, the vast majority of men do and or have done these things. Not every single thing. You only need, it doesn't say you got to do all of this to be an abuser. If you do any of this, you are abusive. If you do any of that, I want to repeat that for the people in the back. If you've done it, you are abusive, or you have been abusive. You're gaslighting your girl, you're lying to her consistent. Like, there's a difference between telling a lie and lying to your girl. Like, you know what I mean? Like telling a lie, for whatever reason, you just in that situation, you were like, man, like that was out of your character. Cool. we'll forgive you. I'll forgive you for that. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I mean? Whatever. You constantly lying to somebody to manipulate them and control them, that is different. You lying to somebody to gain access to them because you know that if you told them the truth, they would never give you this access. That is abuse. That is abuse. When you take away a person's power to make an actual decision about you, you are abusing them. That is abuse. That is abuse. Using intimidation, smacking your hands real hard when you talking to them, stuff like that, getting up in their face, yelling at them, that is intimidating to a woman. If you're a man, especially if you're a man, that is very, very, very intimidating. Very much so. Right? Destroying her property, taking her phone away from her, snatching it out of her hand, trying to snatch your phone out of her hand, getting physical with her. These are forms of, this is when abuse like, I'm just like, I have admitted to doing some of the things on this wheel because I want to be honest about this, because what is the use of me lying about it and masking to anybody, let alone y'all? What is the use of me lying about it to y'all and then telling myself the truth? That don't make no sense. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie to you guys and then try to convince myself of the truth. That doesn't make sense. That's not how my brain works. Right? So them trying to spray me with my own tea, them trying to spray me with my own tea by being like, "Oh, he said he was an abuser. He said he did." Yes. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah, I've done those things. Yep. I've done some of those things. I didn't know. Not to say, here's what I'm saying, y'all. What up, Tiff? I'm not even saying that had I known that those things were considered abuse, that I would have not done them. Like, I don't know. Maybe I would have, though. Maybe if when I was 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 14, and my parents or, whatever, we were having these discussions about how to treat people, because I didn't have these discussions, specifically as a man, how to treat a woman and how to treat children, right? If maybe if I had those discussions, then maybe I wouldn't have ever done those things, right? Maybe if I had unpacked my traumas when I was younger, then I wouldn't have spilled out onto other people as I got older, right? But I'm trying to show men that you are part of the problem because you do these things and or you have done these things without a doubt, right? And B, I want us, because most of us, if not all of us, have kids. So now maybe if you can identify it, then now you can teach your kids, because I know none of y'all are teaching your kids this because you don't know what abuse looks like. So you're not teaching your daughters what abuse looks like. You're not teaching, so you're setting your daughters up to be abused. You're not teaching your sons what abuse looks like, so you're setting your sons up to be abusive. Me never holding back and being like, yeah, I've done that, and when I've done it, and when I haven't, I haven't. That's not, y'all can't act like that's a bad thing. Like, see, that's why you shouldn't listen to him. Why not? Make that make sense. Why not? Why? One thing I've noticed when, yeah, they think it's only physical, Jay. When growing up the way that I grew up in the environment that I grew up in, what I noticed was a lot of my friends, a lot of my contemporaries, a lot of the people that I grew up with, a lot of my peers, they would not respond to people who didn't understand where they were coming from. You know what I'm saying? Men love to listen to men who have been where they have been, right? When it's not me, think about it. When it's not related to me, men love to listen to like I was in a gang prevention program. I was like in a scared straight program. They put me in that when I was in the 8th grade, right? Uh why did they do that, you would ask? I'm in the 8th grade, I'm in junior high school. They I I was at school, um, you know, high as giraffe pussy. I was selling illegal substances on and off campus. I Though I mean, I still was getting decent grade. You know what I mean? Like I was an athlete. I was a star athlete. I started on the football teams. I started on the basketball teams. I ran track. Like I was, it on the surface, it would look like, oh, he's a good kid. But the staff though, they saw stuff. They saw stuff in me. They saw behaviors in me that led to. They saw who I was hanging out with. They saw that stuff and they identified it early, and they were like, we need to put him in an intervention program, right? So they put me in like a scared straight program, and once a week I would get pulled out of class and I would sit down, and they would bring think like motivational speakers. They would bring them in to talk to us. You know what I'm saying? And they also took us to Los Padrinos, which is a youth youth facility for wayward youth, right? A prison for juvie center for kids, right? They closed it down because of all of the abuse that happened there. But yeah, they took me to I mean, they put me in this program, and they would send people in. Now, the people who we listened to the most were the people who we can identify in them, like, oh, I've been like, they've been there, right? Like the dudes who came in the business suits talking, with the jewelry, like if they didn't, like, they had to connect with us. You know what I'm saying? Like we respected the people who came from where we came from. So, if a guy came in or a woman came in and they'd be like, I came from where you came from, and they would, make us believe it, then you know what I'm saying? We would listen to them more, right? So I want you to know, I'm not speaking down to you. I've been where you are right now, and I'm telling you, you can make it out of it. What up, Jay? You can come out of that shit. You don't have to stay there, right? I was worse than you. You're not even as bad as I was. You're not even in as bad as conditions as I was in. I had no mama and no daddy. I did, you know what I mean? Like they would come in and say stuff like that. I was adopted. I was abused. I was da-da-da-da. My life wasn't that bad. Why they telling me this, I had on $150, I had on $150 pair of Jordans, or I had on $200 pair of Timberlands, and I had on a $120 polo shirt and some $200 Jabot jeans. And they sitting here, you know what I mean? Like telling me about their tragic upbringing. And I'm like, damn, like my life ain't that fucking bad. You know what I'm saying? But I'd still identify with that because I was in that shit. Like I was there. I was in, you know what I'm saying? Like I was stuck in it with, I was going through it. You know what I'm saying? And I was just real at that time, I was just very depressed. What a virtue. I was just very depressed and very neglected. And I was crying out and I was doing stuff. And they were like, that is how a lot of kids end up in the system. You know what I'm saying? They saw a lot of similarities between me and other kids who end up incarcerated, who end up dropping out, yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm saying? So they tried to intervene. Shout out to the school for doing that, right? Shout out to the school for doing that. My public school did that, by the way. That wasn't no private school. That was my local public school that was 3 minutes away from my doorstep. I could walk out my house and walk to my public school, and it was 5 minutes away from my doorstep to the front of the school. Right? So let's, everybody that be shitting on public schools, my public school threw me in that program. Now, I was in that program, oddly enough, I was in that program with a boy who ended up pew-pewing another boy in the temple that same year. That same year. His name is Raymond. You can go look him up. I forget how to pronounce his last name. I think it's like Raymond Atta. He has a long last name. He was Samoan. But anyways, yeah, Raymond ended up pew-pewing the dude. The day he did it, he came to, we were at football practice. He had the pew-pew in his backpack. He showed it to us. It was a Mac. He pulled it out. It was a Mac 10. I was like, what the hell? That's crazy. And since I ain't no snitch, you know what I'm saying? Since I ain't no snitch, you know, I didn't go and report him to our coach. We were all supposed to go down to the movies, downtown Long Beach, and go watch a movie. I ended up skipping out for whatever reason. And he ended up in front of my friends, in front of my football play, you know, my teammates. He ended up pew-pewing this boy in the head over some gang affiliation type stuff. That he recognized him because he went to his old school. He was like, he's in some rival gang, and he ended up pew-pewing him. Right? I say all of that to say that I always gravitated towards people who understood where I was coming from, meaning they had kind of went through the things that I had gone through. I could listen. Now that I'm older, I don't need that so much. I'm more mature now. Now I could just listen to a person that just makes sense. Don't get me wrong. Now I can do that. But when I was younger, when I had that adolescent mind, you know what I'm saying? I needed that connection. I needed to know you saw me and you understood me. You wasn't talking down to me, right? These men have the mind of an adolescent to me. A lot of these men, when it comes to these topics, a lot of them have the mind of they're stunted, right? They're stunted. And so a part of my appeal is me telling them, hey, I've been there. And in some cases, I'm still there. You're not alone. Like Mike Jack said, you are not alone. I'm with you. Instead, they take me saying that, and then they go, oh, he said he was an abuser. Why would you guys ever, what? Excuse me? I'm just the one that admitted it. You think but here's the thing, and they get so mad because they think that the people who know, you know, who understand these things, they really think that y'all are dumb, and they think that by saying that's gonna make y'all be like, oh shoot. Whole time, y'all been in here actually listening this whole time. They on the outside of the club hating. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, y'all don't even listen to what I be saying. Y'all just cherry picking shit. But I'm gonna say it again. Yes, I was abusive in my relationship to my wife early on, and I was abusive to other women before her. Because I coerced, I manipulated, I lied, I cheated. That is abuse. That is abuse. I'm sorry to tell you that. And if you have done those things, you are or were an abuser. Abuse don't mean physical. It don't only mean physical. It don't only mean you laying hands and feet up on your woman. You don't got to do that. Most men don't do that, but most men do abuse women. That's why I didn't feel any type of way about saying it. To be honest with y'all, I don't even know if I would have felt like that. If I would have said that, if I didn't know that most men do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know. I don't know if I don't know if I would have felt comfortable saying it if I didn't know that the vast majority of men do it or have done it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but I feel very comfortable saying it because I know that most men do it. You know how I know? Because most women have experienced it. That's how I know. Whether the boy's gonna lie about it or not, couldn't care less. And that brings me to my point. That's why we shouldn't validate men's feelings as a group. As a group. Because men are doing everything they possibly can to absolve themselves of any responsibility of any responsibility of abuse, of harming women. We want to hold on to the patriarchy. That is, we are agents. We are the agents in the matrix. You know what I'm saying? And it's like most men are trying to hold on to the patriarchy. Most men are trying to lock arms and protect and defend the patriarchy. That's what most men are trying to do. So almost everything men, if you listen to these men who argue with me, who go back and forth, who get mad at me, that at the end of the day, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to protect the patriarchy. They're trying to protect the cult. They're literally put like a body shield. Not literally. They're like shielding the cult with their own bodies almost. That's what's going on. So when they see a man I'm not doing that shit, I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. I don't think we should be out here neglecting the fact that or ignoring the fact that most men are abusive. I think that that's dangerous. That's what I'm saying. I think that stuff is dangerous for society writ large. I think that's dangerous for men. I think that's dangerous for women. I think that's dangerous for children and everybody else. That makes me crazy. I'm a part of the problem because I can clearly see how men downplaying and ignoring their abusive nature or their abusive behavior is dangerous to everybody and anybody. That makes me a part of the problem. Cool. I'll be that. I'll accept that role. That's fine. So yeah, individually, go on, validate your men, validate the men in your life, whoever you want to validate, that's fine. But as a group, men's feelings should not be validated at all in any way, shape, or form. I don't, the vast majority of men who when you come in these spaces, the vast majority of men are doing everything they possibly can to avoid accountability. I mean, like you tell me where do you see men trying to take accountability for this? Yesterday said way more about them than it did about me. There was so many things that was highlighted yesterday in their behavior that it should have sent off alarms for anybody that's like close to them or wants to be close to them or men like that. Like them going live about a man for 7 hours who, what have I done? Right? Who has never, not on this app, but you know what I'm saying? Cause that's all, that's what they talk about. I haven't harmed anybody. I haven't harmed a woman. Yesterday on that panel, while they're, talking about me, it was women getting degraded and yelled at on that panel by men. And I'm not one of those people that think you like, specifically when it comes to online spaces, it's the threat of violence isn't there. So men and women yelling at each other, I don't view it the same. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to act like, some dude yelling at a woman online. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at that and I'm going, oh man, we got to protect her or whatever, as like the same way I would if that same man was yelling at that woman in public, right? In my presence, I would be like, yo, calm down. You know what I'm saying? But online, it's like, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that with anybody, but you definitely shouldn't do that with a woman. But I just don't, I'm not going to play stupid and act like it's a 1-to-1. You know what I mean? Like it's not a 1-to-1, but it is still bad. It is a bad look. And on that panel, Omega was yelling at a woman, would you please shut the F up? She keep interrupting me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, I mean, Y'all can't even fake nice. And you expect us to believe that you actually care about anybody? They be acting like it's Xbox Live. Like, y'all can't even fake nice on a panel. You trying to convince everybody that I'm the bad guy. And then you get on a panel and demean and degrade and and yell and shout at women, right? And then be like, oh, public calls women pick-me's. So what? I don't use the term pick me loosely. And I very rarely use it. I don't host lives about pick me women. I don't call out pick me. Like, what do you like? What's going on? So what? Pick me's are dangerous. They're dangerous to men. They're dangerous to children, and they're a danger to other women. I don't care. They're not as dangerous as misogynistic men, but they're still dangerous though because they enable misogynistic men. They raise misogynistic men. So yeah, let's call out pick me's too. What the fuck? Ain't nothing wrong with that. The pick me's get on here and lie just like the misogynistic men lie. Like that girl that was on my live last week that was up here talking about how great her life is and how great and how much she loves her husband and how he a protector and a provider and talking about he worked 20 hours a week. Girl, stop lying. That's dangerous. Why are you selling that? Why are you selling that lie to women? Tell the truth. You neglected. You're a neglected woman. That's not like, let's be real. Let me read this super chat. Miss T, I appreciate you. Since you abused your wife early on, as you said, what helped your wife heal? Asking for me. Me changing my behavior. Me changing my behavior. I mean, that's the number one thing. If you want the woman to heal up, if you're in a relationship with a woman and you know you did wrong and you want her to heal up, you got to change your behavior. It ain't rocket science for me. That's what it is. That's the number one thing. Me acknowledging what I did, because that was a big part of it too. Like, she would always talk about how when I would apologize, she didn't feel like the apologies were genuine. She didn't feel like I actually understood the harm I had caused, stuff like that. And I just, like, oh damn, okay, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that doing stuff like that, validating her experience, like, no, I did that. That was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. And then changing the behavior. Those are those are the only ways. In a relationship, I'm saying those are the only ways, for women to heal up. If they're in the relationship. Outside of the relationship, women got to do, they got to do their own work. And I'm sure she did her own work or whatever. You got to ask her about that. But I'm saying from my perspective, that's the thing that allowed her, to heal some, what I'm saying? I don't even know. I doubt she's even completely healed from all of that stuff, but like, working on it, right? We getting there. Why shouldn't men's feelings be validated? Come on up, woos. Come on up, woos. I'm all open to have the discussion with you. More than happy to have the discussion with you. Brother Woos. Brother Woos, can you make it to the podium for a second? There he goes. Uh-oh, I still got it on that dumbass layout. What up, Woos? I'm chilling, fam. Hold on, let me change this format real quick. Okay. So you asked why shouldn't men's feelings be validated? So I think men's feelings shouldn't be validated, and I'm not talking about necessarily like individually. You know what I mean? I mean as a group, because the thing, what's a better way for me to say it, an easier way to understand? I think when men speak publicly about the issues between men and women, I think 99% of that shit is a lie.
Why you say that?
Because science doesn't support it, studies don't back it up, and the women don't back it up. The women who are in the relationships with us, they say the opposite. So I be thinking like 99.9% of the stuff that men say about women and about like the disconnect between men and women is just completely, it's just false. It's just wrong, and they know it and they're lying about it. So and so I think men's feelings shouldn't be validated, because men are always trying to deflect and protect themselves and protect their egos and protect the patriarchy and the systems of oppression. The same way a white person tries to protect, racism and the system of racism, right?
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to know why you said that.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on it? Do you have like a different experience with it?
I can only speak from my experience.
Yeah.
But I feel like men, they humans just like women. Mm-hmm. Their feelings should be validated, or at least listened to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I listen to men all the time. But I'm asking you, do you think that men are being honest about about what's going on between men and women?
I think some men lie, some men tell the truth. Just like some women lie, some men tell the truth. Both people embellish their experience. Some probably not as bad as they say it is. Mm-hmm. Others, they probably right on point.
Do you think most men lie about it? That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't think most men lie about it.
Okay. Can you tell me something that men say about women, like in general, like that causes a disconnect between men and women that you think is honest and true?
Repeat the question, please.
Can you give me an example of something that either you experienced or are experiencing or have heard of that is something that like is a driver in the disconnect between men and women?
Pretty much your topic, men's feelings not being validated.
So you're saying women don't validate men's feelings?
I'm not saying they have to or should, but men have grievances in these situations too. Mm-hmm. And it seems like they aren't taken seriously.
Yeah, so can you give me an example of a grievance that men have in these situations that's not being taken seriously?
Some men only use some money, women lie. They can be just as deceitful as men sometimes.
No. What do you mean? See what I'm okay. So like women will say that men are that they have been, I don't know, SA'd by a lot of men, or they've been harassed by a lot of men, right? That's the type of stuff I'm saying. Like that's like, I know that to be true. Like stats back that up. Every woman is saying, you know what I mean? Like I know that that's true. What do you think men think or say about the ways that women hurt us that should be validated? That's what I'm trying to understand.
That's on the levels of SA and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, something it ain't gotta be. Wait, it don't gotta be on the level of SA, but just name something that women do consistently that men that okay. Name something that is predominantly something that women do to men and not the other way, because SA would be something that predominantly men do to women, not women doing that to men. You see what I'm saying? Because women can SA too. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. There are some women that have SA'd some men. Don't get me wrong. But you know what I'm saying? But the vast majority of the time, we know men are the ones that are SAing. So can you give me an example of something like, maybe not like SA, but to that level where it's like women just do this all the time, and this is harming men. Can you give me an example?
All the time. Nobody do anything all the time, so I can't say that. But I say something that women do that men can't do. Paternity fraud. That's one thing. What else can I think of?
So paternity fraud isn't a real issue. It's not. Most women don't. Like the vast majority of people don't ever experience paternity fraud. Like a fraction of a percent of people actually, experience paternity fraud. You know what I mean? Like, but you're right. I guess only women can commit paternity fraud. Technically, I'm sure, right? It's hard to commit it as a man. I don't think a man can commit it. It's really hard. But that's like a big issue. You're saying like rape or abuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? It don't got to be like I said. It doesn't have to be as, because we already know women don't do stuff like. Well, that's a good question too. What do women do that's as harmful as rape and or like SA or abuse? Like what are, you know what I mean? Like
rape, SA, and abuse, nigga. I mean, rape, SA, and abuse.
Women do that to the same extent that men do?
You did ask, they did it to the same extent. You said, what do they do?
I know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. What do? Yeah. I'm saying that they do to the same extent. What do they do that you know what I mean?
I don't know.
So you don't have anything, right?
On the same extent?
Yeah, to the same extent.
I can't think of nothing that's as harmful as rape and abuse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And men do that way more than women do. To women specifically.
This is true.
Right? So I'm trying to find out. I want to believe. I appreciate you. Appreciate the cash app. I'm trying to figure out where should I be validating men's experiences? You see what I'm saying? I need for you to help, like, make the case for me so I could validate men's experiences, so I can validate men's feelings, because I'm not hearing a reason why right now.
Why wouldn't you want to validate? If women's experience should be validated, men's experience should be validated?
No,
I don't understand.
No, the men are lying constantly. So why would I validate your experience when you're lying? Come up, Dev.
So women don't lie?
They don't lie like men do. Not to the same extent. They're not lying to protect women, like, as a group. Like, what lies do women tell as a group, as a whole, about men? What do women say about men where you like, that's a lie?
There are women who lie about abuse.
No. But listen to what I'm saying, Woos. Most men are or were abusive. And most women have experienced abuse by the hands of men. You see what I'm saying? So they're not lying about that. Like, that is true. Over 300 sent $1 to support public. Appreciate it. You see what I'm saying?
You said most men?
Yeah.
I don't think I agree with that.
You don't think most men? Do you know what abuse is? Do you know, like, the different forms of abuse?
You got emotional, you got physical, you got sexual,
mm-hmm.
You got financial abuse.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know different types of abuse.
There's a bunch of abuse, right? And there's a bunch of examples. Yeah. So, did you know, like, lying to a woman to, like, get her to sleep with you, that's abuse?
I can see that as a form of abuse.
Yeah. So you don't think most men have done that to women?
That's the most word that hit me. I know men have done it, but most men, I don't know.
That's just one example. But you don't think most men have done? What percentage of men do you think? Like, you don't think most men have lied to any woman to sleep with them?
No, I don't think it's most men that have lied to a woman to sleep with them. No. I don't think it's most men. I'm sure it's a good number of men that do it, but I don't think it's most men.
Okay. So
just like I don't think there's most women that lie to get what they want, but are there women that lie to get what they want? Yeah.
Okay, but here's what I'm saying though. So what I need to know is most women will tell you that they have experienced a man lying to them to sleep with them. Right? Do you believe that?
I believe yes, most women will say that, yes.
And you think, I know. Do you think they're telling the truth? Let me ask you that too. Because you said I like how you tried to, yeah, they would say that as if they're like not telling the truth. Do you think they're telling the truth about that?
Not all of them.
I didn't say all of them. In general, do you think the majority of women, when they say a man has lied to them to sleep with them, do you think they're telling the truth?
The majority of women that say that, yeah, that could be true. Yeah.
Okay. So if the majority of women have experienced a man lying to them to sleep with them, why wouldn't you believe that the majority of men have lied to a woman to sleep with them?
It could be the same man lying to these women.
It could be, but mathematically, it's probably not.
Yeah.
You're right. It could be, but it would be virtually impossible for it to be 20% of men doing this to all of these women. It can't. Mathematically, it can't happen.
How about 49%?
49% of men doing it.
That's still not a majority, but it's still a good deal of men.
Yeah, you're saying that it could be 49% of men doing it. Could be, but I think it's way more men than that too.
What percentage would you give it?
I think almost every man has lied to a woman to sleep with her.
Have you ever lied to a woman to sleep with her?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I lied to many women. Told them I didn't have a girlfriend, but I had a girlfriend. That's one of the easiest lies that men tell. One of the biggest and easiest lies. Oh, I'm not married. I don't got a girl. I'm not. Oh, no. I'm not.
So could you possibly be projecting the things you've done on other men?
I could.
Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, but once again, it also could just be a realization that most men do this and have done it. Where I didn't think that before. I used to think that maybe I was unique. I used to think.
We can't prove that most men have done it. All we know is that you've done it.
No, not we do know that a percentage, we do know a large percentage of men have cheated.
A large percent of women have cheated also.
Not as much as men. Right?
How can you prove that how can you prove that?
What do you mean? How can I prove
somebody cheated other than their word?
It would be their word. What do you mean?
Yeah, so if a woman says she never cheated, she could be lying.
But that's the same thing for men, bro.
I beg your pardon?
That's that same logic would apply to men. So let's cancel that out. Let's say that you have to assume that in this study, there's a margin of error, right? And there's a margin of error in any study where it's a, hold on, Woos, wait. There's a margin of error in any study. And the margin of error can be 2 points, 4 points, 3 points, something like that. And they'll tell you in the study, yeah, there's a 2-point margin of error, there's a 3-point margin of error, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. So if in this same study, though, men cheat 10% more or 20% more, the margin of error wouldn't make up the difference. So you can't, you know what I mean? Because by your logic, and I agree that the men could be lying and the women could be lying, right? So let's assume they're both lying. Like there's a good, I'm saying there's a group of people that are lying in there. Okay, they cancel each other out. Then whatever you have left, it remains. And if the margin of error is 2 or 3 points, then it's 3 points, right? My 3 points from the 10% more men who cheat, you still got more men who cheat. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't, that's how the math works. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are tons of studies that talk about how, I mean, there's tons of ways that we could talk about talk about this stuff, to highlight this stuff. But And here's the thing, Woos. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever cheated?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think I'm projecting and it just so happens that I'm talking to a man that also has cheated, and I'll bring up another man and he also has cheated, and I'll bring up another man and he also has cheated? Am I still projecting if I bring up 20 men or 30 men in a row and they all say the same fucking thing? Am I still projecting?
I think men will be more honest about that stuff. I believe if you brought a woman up and asked if she's ever cheated, she'd say no, even though she knows she has.
Why? Where are you getting that men would be more honest about this?
That's why I said personally.
I know. I'm saying where are you getting that? What is making you come to that conclusion? And Woos, let me ask you. Here's what I'm saying. In what world are men more honest than women? Like, just generally speaking, men are more honest than women? In what world?
I wouldn't say men are more honest than women, but I feel like dealing with certain situations, men have more of a tendency to be honest. Like if you ask a man if he ever cheated, he'd be more likely to say yeah and tell the truth about it than if you ask a woman who has cheated. I feel like more men would be honest about it than women.
Okay.
In that aspect.
Mm-hmm. I will give you that. And you know why I'll give you that? Because women get ostracized way worse for being a cheater than men do. Okay. No. I'll give you that. Cool. But I don't think it's that much more. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you do that, I don't think it's like that much. Once again, the margin of error is 2 points, 1 point. Cool. So let's account for the 2% of women that'll lie about it over the whatever. Cool. I got you. Okay.
How can you prove those the other 98% of women aren't lying though?
You can't. This is stupid. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
You can't prove it, so the number's always going to be skewed. The numbers.
No, that's your opinion, sir. Woos, I want to tell you something. Being a skeptic and a contrarian doesn't make you smart. It doesn't make you logical. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying you are, you aren't. I'm just letting you know that being a skeptic and a contrarian doesn't mean you're actually being logical or practical. You're just being a skeptic. You're just being a skeptic.
Don't mean that either.
I know, but I'm not being the opposite though, because I don't believe everything that I hear or see or read. You see what I'm saying? So you can't make that claim about me. Mm-hmm. But I can make that claim about you right now because you're just asking, well, how do we know? Like, okay, well, how do you know anything? What do you mean? That's just you being, that's not exactly. That's just you being a contrarian and a skeptic for the sake of being a contrarian and a skeptic to derail the conversation. You see what I'm saying? Like, why? Like, we don't know anything then. Like, you can say that almost about anything outside of science, outside of math. You know what I'm saying? Everything else is, oh, well, it could be an opinion, but like, I mean, at some point in time, you know what I mean? You move based on reality. You move based on, objective truths and things that you have observed in society. You make decisions based on that stuff. You're not going around talking about, well, how do we prove X, Y, and Z? You just move. You don't trade. You have a healthy distrust of people, right? You have a healthy distrust of people. How can we prove that the police is abuse their powers? How can we prove that?
What a rhetorical question?
I'm not asking you. I'm saying, but like, how can we prove that? Because the people who come forward and say the police are abusing them, they could all be lying, right?
They could.
Yeah. Even though there's film recordings and the same way with any of these situations, there's anecdotal situations where we could say, look, it happened here, right? And then you can go to that, but you can even say, you can make the case and you can say, well, that's just anecdotal. Right. Okay, cool. But how do we know the police are abusive? How do we know that?
Not unless you're there, you wouldn't know.
So you're telling me that you don't move like police can be abusive or are abusive in most cases? You don't live your life like that? You trust them?
I move like all people are capable of great harm. You feel me?
No, you don't move like that. That's not true.
Okay.
I know it's not true. So you move like that with your mom?
My mom done put time in, man.
Exactly. So you don't move like that with all people, Woos. So don't say that. That's not, sir. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why you don't act differently around the police, you don't move differently around the police. You treat the police the same way you treat everybody else. You treat everybody else the same way you treat the police.
I treat.
No, you don't. Come on, man. It's not even a hard question.
I'm trying to think. Because other people don't have the power the police have.
Okay, and they abuse that power often. That's my point. It's not just because they have that power, it's because they abuse the power often. My question was, though, how do you know they abuse it? Why do you move differently with the police than you do with the average citizen? If everything is and you never know anything, and we taking all these people's at their words and all of that stuff, how do you know? That's what I'm saying. But I'm just letting you know, because that would be dumb. You know that would be dumb if we said that right now. You'd be like, what are you talking about? I know that these are capable of doing X, Y, and Z. I know that.
Yes, I know that.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That logic applies to everything. Yes. Yes, that logic applies to everything. That's what I'm trying to help you understand. That logic applies to everything. You ask the same questions in all of these situations. There is a process to thinking critically. There's a literal scientific process to thinking critically. That's what I'm trying to help you understand. Your process, the way you're going about it, is not thinking critically. It's actually lazy to just assume, like you just said, everybody. I just treat everybody like they capable of great harm. That's intellectually lazy, and you waste a lot of energy then, right? Because you mean to tell me when you're in a room full of kids, you're like, oh, gotta watch out. Oh, I don't know, little Johnny. Of course you're not doing that. You're in a room full of kids. Of course not, right? And that would be a waste of energy for you to treat everybody like that. So you pick and choose naturally, because that's our nature, right? We prejudge people based on a ton of things, based on a ton of different things, right? So I'm just saying that it's disingenuous to say the least, to sit up here and say I treat everybody the same, and it's disingenuous to say all of these that I think that, how do we know all of these women ain't lying? The same logic that I just applied. You're telling me that as a group, women are liars? You saying women are just running around here lying, and then I would need to know for what reason. Why are women running around lying? For what reasons?
That wasn't my original. My original drawing was, why not? Why are men seen that way?
Because men be running around lying all the time. I can't turn it up anymore. Because men are actually running around lying all the time, constantly. And we have reasons to lie. Not good ones, but I'm saying we have reasons to lie. That's my point. Right? So men lie, like I said earlier, like I said initially, men lie so that they can gain access to women. That's one of the major ways that men lie, to women specifically. We lie to gain access to women. We lie to get in relationships with women. We lie to maintain relationships with women. We lie constantly when it comes to these things. We mask constantly. Most men have done this or do this right now. Most men. You say, how do I know? I know because I know because look at men, because I'm studying men. I'm paying attention to men. Not me personally. I don't project what I do onto every man. It's the opposite for me. I had to come to the realization that most men do this stuff. I always assumed I was in the league of my own. I didn't know. I didn't know what everybody was doing. I wasn't paying attention to it. I was only paying attention to what I was doing. But as soon as I started to look around, and as soon as I started to listen to women, I was like, yo. So you mean to tell me we all out here just living the same lives? Wow. Okay. Crazy. Now, some men are worse than others. How many, and I'm not asking you, this is rhetorical, how many women have you lied to versus how many women I've lied to? How deep were your lies? How deep were my lies? How impactful, how harmful? That's all, it's on the spectrum, whatever. But just the basic premise that you and I both lied to women to gain access to them, you can admit that, I can admit that. You don't think that that's common? You think you and me are rare? You think you and me aren't the majority?
Probably not. No, I don't think we're rare.
Yeah, that's my whole point. So we're not so we are the majority, right? We do fall somewhere on the spectrum. Then why would I listen to men? Because men be lying. Most men be lying. Like, why would I believe? It's the same thing, brother. Why would I trust you? And I'm not saying this about you, but me, whoever. People, you don't need to lie to me for me to not believe you, right? If you observe people just lying all the time, why would you believe them? Oh, they lying to everybody else, even to themselves, but they telling me the truth? That's dumb. Nobody's moving like that. You're not stupid. I can already tell. You know what I'm saying? For how we grew up, you can't do that. You can't afford to put yourself in harm's way. You know what I'm saying? And you know that you will be putting yourself in harm's way if you don't believe that this person is that person. You see a person lie here, lie there, lie here, lie there, and then they sit down and you talking to them, of course you're going to be like, this motherfucker probably lying to me too. Right?
Yeah.
And that's how I look at men. And that's not how I look at women, because I don't observe women running around just lying all the fucking time for no reason. Or I'm sorry, not for no reason, but for really any reason. It doesn't benefit women the vast majority of the time to lie like it benefits men. You see what I'm saying? Women don't need to lie to woos or public to get access to me. My wife don't got to lie to me to get my to get my draws to fall. She never did.
But she can lie in other areas, can't she?
She can, but my wife has never lied to me. I've never caught my wife in a lie. I've never observed her lying to anybody else ever. Ever. Been with her for 17 years. So guess what? I trust her. I know when she tell me something, she telling me, whether it's right or wrong, she's telling me the truth, which is she believes it at the very least. She's not telling me something to manipulate me. And everything my wife has ever told me benefited me. Every single thing my wife has ever told me about myself, every single time she has asked me to do something, you know what I'm saying? Do something differently or better. Not almost every single time it has benefited me as a human being. Like I can't even tell you, no exaggeration.
That's what's up.
So I'm saying, and I'm asking the men who play this game, what relationships have you been in when that wasn't the case? AJ, you can come up. Hey, Maz, you can mute AJ for the rest of the live.
You want me to run down relationships where I've been lied to?
Until he comes up. No. You can mute AJ for the rest of the live until he comes up.
I've definitely experienced women lying.
Me too. I've been lied to plenty of times.
Yeah.
Not by my wife though, and not by a lot of women. I was lied to a lot by like a couple women. You know what I'm saying? Whereas with women, it's the reverse. It's like they've been lied to a lot by a lot of dudes. You know what I mean? It's rare for them to find a dude that's honest. It's rare for them to find a dude that's genuine the whole time through and through. That's rare. I found 99% of the women I dealt with were like honest and like you know what I mean? Like they wasn't trying to manipulate me and get over on me. And because they didn't, what I'm saying is woos, they didn't have to. They didn't have to do that to get with me. You see what I'm saying? They didn't have to. When did they have to lie to get? My wife didn't have to lie to get my number. She didn't have to lie to get my attention. I didn't have to do none of that stuff. And most women don't. Most women could just walk up to you. I don't care where you got her ranked on the thing. Most women could walk up to you and be like, you cute. I want to get your number. You ain't got a girlfriend. Let's say you honest and all that stuff. I mean, ain't gonna even paint you out to be a bad guy. She walk up to you, say you cute. I want your number. You gonna run her the digits. You gonna give her the Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Like 9 out of 10 dudes gonna do that. Almost no matter where she falls.
That's not usually where the line with women usually come in when y'all in it for real, when y'all in a relationship.
But men lie more in the relationship and lie before the relationship. That's my point. Men lie to get into the relationship. So then we must continue the lies in the relationship. Mm-hmm. Sometimes women start to lie during the relationship. Sometimes. But the majority of the time, men got to lie to just get access to a woman. Just to get access to her, they got to lie. I got to read these. I'm going to read these 2 super chats. We'll keep engaging us in tough ass conversations, bro. Appreciate you, Jamal. Thanks for the super chat. Loretta, appreciate the super chat. She said, thank you. My head hurts. You have 42 for these conversations. Yeah. I brought AJ up. AJ, you said that. I'm sorry. Restate your comment again, or you know what? You can address the topic with me and Woos right here. You can address the topic. Let's do that. I don't even need to bring up the old stuff. Well, it'll come out eventually.
My fault.
You good?
Playing the game.
You good?
No, I just y'all were just talking about, you haven't caught your wife in a lie. To me, that's kind of the biggest problem. A lot of the times you don't catch women in lies
because they don't be lying.
I mean, that's not true though. There's a lot of times where you won't catch women in lie. There's a whole trend right now of saying that they've gotten their lick back or XYZ, and the man don't even know. They get their lick back before the man even gets the lick. Like, that's been on Twitter recently. And I'm just like,
you can't get a lick back before the man gets a lick. That's not a lick back.
Well, that's the point. That's my point. So you're just doing stuff, lying about it. They never figure it out. They never find out about it. So how can you say people don't do something or people don't lie just because they don't get caught? They just don't get caught.
So you mean to tell me?
That's kind of my whole thing. You feel like your wife has never told a lie because you never caught her in a lie towards you.
No. I didn't say towards me. Hold on, AJ. I didn't say just towards me though. You missed it. I said I've never seen her lie to anybody.
But your first statement was you've never caught your wife in a lie.
I started off with me, and then I expounded and said that I've also never caught her lying to anybody else. And I was talking to Woos, and I said, if you observe a person, because I was talking about men as a group, and I was saying, if you observe a person or a group of people just lying all the time, then eventually I would hope you would assume that this person is probably lying to you. That was my point in saying that.
But you saying that you've never caught your wife in a lie, even towards anybody else, doesn't mean much when you haven't been in every single conversation that your wife has had.
I don't need to be.
What percentage of conversations have you been around to say, okay, this is a good percentage for me to say my wife's never lied to anybody?
My wife of 17 years, how many conversations have I heard her have with people? The majority of her conversations I've heard her have with people.
Are you sure?
I'm 1,000% sure, yeah.
That the majority of all the conversations, so what's that? 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%?
Yeah, whatever it is, the majority though, I've heard her. And also this is, but wait, and also AJ, I think the point, hold on. Liars lie because I got to read the super chat. Liars lie because they don't like accountability. Absolutely. Appreciate the super chat. I think the point that we're missing here, the thing that's getting lost is that I don't need to hear all of her conversations first and foremost. But what I'm saying is that it's the same thing like with when a conveyor line, like, right? Like, so let's say we're on a conveyor line and we're making shoes or we're making anything, right? Like whatever, like like mass producing something, right? They don't check every single item, they spot check. Right? That's how they catch stuff. They spot check. Right? Because there is a machine, and the machine is supposed to be replicating the same process over and over and over again. And it's rare that the machine would only mess up one thing, right? So if there's a link, a kink in it back, you know what I'm saying, 2 or 3 steps back, they'll catch it. Oh, this is irregular. Let's go check all the shoes. Oh, damn, all these shoes are from these shoes on. They're irregular. This is the machine, bro. And that's how they catch irregularities most of the time, right? They spot check. You don't need to look at every single item to know the machine is working, right? I don't need to listen to all of my wife's conversations to know or to believe that she's never lied to anybody. You see what I'm saying? I just need to listen to enough of them, which I have, and couple that with all the ones that she has had with me and my kids and her like so on and so forth. So with all of that data I've accumulated over 17 years of knowing this woman, I can say proudly and firmly that my wife has never lied to me. For sure, she's never lied to me, without a doubt. I'll bet anything on that. You know what? That's a lie. That's a humongous lie. You know how my wife has lied to me? I feel like my wife has lied to me by omission.
Okay.
My wife lies to me to protect my ego And this is not something I feel like she should be doing. I'm just saying this is what she does because this is what a lot of people do. This is what a lot of women do for men. My wife has lied to me by omission a lot of times. No doubt about it. So yeah, she's lied that way. Okay, I'll take it all back. She's definitely lied that way. She's definitely lied that way by not telling me something about myself that I probably needed to know or something, you know what I mean? Or maybe she didn't, you know, whatever. Cool. She done that. No doubt about it. And you can say that's dishonest and all of that stuff. I don't put it on the same level as her going out of her way to deceive me, to hurt me or anything like that. I don't. It's not the same thing to me.
See, omission, and this is taking your wife out of it. Mm-hmm. Omission is one of the biggest ways that women lie. Women don't tell men everything that now men and let me be clear. Mm-hmm. Men are huge liars. Men will lie. Men will lie just because they fucking bored. Men will lie, but women lie whether.
Hold on. Say that again, AJ. Say that again.
Men will lie because they're bored. 100%. I'm not the biggest defender of men. I just like an equal playing field. And when you try to make it, sometimes you have a tendency to make it seem like, okay, well.
But why do you want the playing field to be equal when it's not? Like, you know, we don't want it to be equal. We want it to be equitable. And the playing field, unfortunately, is not equal. That's the point. So you want it to be equitable. Equality is, I don't know if you guys ever seen that meme, but I love bringing it up. Equality looks like I'm 6 feet tall. AJ, how tall are you?
5'10".
5'10". Woos, how tall are you?
6 feet.
You're 6 feet like me. Okay, cool. So me and Woo 6 feet. Let's say there's a gate and it's 5'11". So we can barely see over, you know, whatever the case may be, we can see over it, right? Or 6'2", right? The gate is 6'2". So all of us need boxes. And they come over and there's 4 boxes over there, right? Or 3, I'm sorry, there's 3 boxes over there. We all get 1 box, right? We all get 1 box to look over the gate. Right? I can see over it now. Woos can see over it now, but you can't because the box is only 2 inches tall. So now I can see and Woos can see, but you still can't because now you only 6 feet and I'm 6'2" and Woos is 6'2". That's equality. Equity is you get 2 boxes, I get 1 box, Woos gets 1 box. Now we all can see because the playing field isn't equal. So you wanting to level the playing field is actually not a good thing because the playing field is not equal. The reason why it's not equal is because men have the advantage because we run the system that is the patriarchy. So so if you want equity in the system, you want it to be equitable, not equal. Equal, two different things, right?
So what would be equitable in interpersonal relationships like these where we're debating, hey, who lies more, men or women? Because there's a bunch of statistics that say, okay, cool, men, XYZ, this, like, but like Woos was saying, you will never really know. And you were talking about the margin of error, but if you're being generous and saying, okay, let's say it's 3 points. What if that's not the actual case? What if it's 5? What if it's 6? What if it's 7? There's a portion that you can't always be leaving on the table where you're not getting the full scope of the actual, I can't think of the word right now because
I know what you're trying to say though, but yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't need 100%. You don't need to have every bit of information to understand the situation. That's what I'm saying.
You don't need 100%, but there is a way where if you don't get the majority of something, it will always be skewed. That's kind of what Woos was saying. Like, it's going to be skewed regardless if you're not close. And if 3% isn't close, then it's skewed. If 4% isn't close to what you should be using for a margin of error, then it's always going to be skewed. And you're always going to have this idea that isn't the full picture.
But you just said that men lie just because they're bored. How do we know that, AJ? Because I agree with you. How do we know that? Fuck a stat.
A lot of these things are like running jokes.
They're They're observable truths. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So when does that get thrown out of the window? When do we start to actually?
Hey, you making too much noise, huh? Take this.
When do we start to actually think about these things logically? That is an observable truth that men just be lying for the sake of lying constantly.
But there's also observable truths of women either A, not taking accountability, or B, lying by omission, or C, just lying, period. Like, we've seen, there are also running jokes. That's all. The biggest one of the biggest knocks on women is their inability to take accountability,
which is a lie that men created.
But why do you feel like that's a lie if there are also men who will tell you, and that's another thing that be my issue with you sometimes, because you'll just straight up, if somebody tells you, hey, if you line up 10 men and they'll tell you, hey, I've been emotionally abused by a woman, you'll say, but niggas be lying. And I just be like,
no, I don't. But no. That's not what I would say. That's not even a comeback that makes sense to that. What happened is they'll say, I've been emotionally abused by a woman, and I'll go, okay, let's put that to the test, right? And I won't say that out loud, but in my mind, I'm like, let's put that to the test. How were you emotionally abused? Oh, she withheld sex from me because X, Y, and Z. That's not emotional abuse.
Yes, okay.
Would you say, Woos?
Yeah, I don't know what Woos was for. I don't personally think withholding, as you say, smacks is emotional abuse. That's not really emotional abuse. Now I can understand using, if their intentions are, okay, you didn't do this for me, so I'm not doing this for you to punish you. I can see how somebody can make the argument that is, but if they're tired and they just don't wanna,
it doesn't matter under any reason. Doesn't matter for any reason. If the woman just says, I don't like you because you're not doing X, Y, and Z for me, like you just said, AJ, it's not emotional abuse. That is what it is. They don't need.
But that's usually not always the full case. If somebody,
it doesn't matter what the case is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't matter what the case is.
For me, it's situational. That's kind of.
It's definitely not situational.
That's not the hill I'm gonna unalive on.
If
that's how you feel about it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue.
Telling abuse. People need to look up the like. Yeah, you can't. It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. It's her body. Just like it's your body.
100%.
You can deny anybody access at any point in time for any reason, just because doesn't matter. So it can't be 100%. Abusive, right? Abuse would be something like if you got a pet, if you withheld water and food from your pet, that's abuse, right? You know what I'm saying? Doggies need to be walked. Doggies need to be, cared for in certain ways. If you don't give your dog doggy treats, that's not abuse.
Right.
No matter how much they want them, no matter how much they love it, no matter if you've been giving it to them this whole time when they was a puppy all the way up until them being 3-4 years old, that's still not abuse, AJ, just because you stop giving them doggy treats. And that's how men view sex. They think sex is food and water. It's not. And so they try to go, oh, that's abuse when she withholds it from me. It's not. It's not abuse.
Right. That's not considered abuse. I think it's just, you're absolutely right. That's definitely not considered abuse because it's not a necessity.
It's not.
It's just when you try, it's like, but to me, it's like, okay, maybe I just look at it as a little weird sometimes, especially if the situation is where, okay, y'all just got into an argument and your comeback is, okay, well, like how women be like, oh, or men will look at it and be like, oh, you're putting me in the doghouse, or I'm punished. If you use it as a punishment, it may not be abuse, but it's a little weird.
It's never weird though. But think about it. Go ahead, Woos. Woos, what do you think about it?
I wouldn't call it abusive. But this messed up.
It's not messed up.
Bring it to me. Come here.
I think the thing that you guys mix up is, I think the things we're not understanding is who Woos?
No, you're good.
There's no echo. Oh, Dre, no, you're not echoing either. No, Woos. So I think the thing is that to have sex with a person, you need to like them. Period. Point blank. You need to like them, right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you like, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to, but I'm saying, should you like the person that you having sex with? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you should like them.
Okay. So, and like is fleeting. Like comes and goes, right? I could like you right now. I could dislike you in 10 minutes and I could like you again. But in the moment that we have sex with people, we should like them. So if in that moment or in that period of time, you're not doing the thing that makes that woman like you and she is denying you smacks, she's not punishing you. She just doesn't like you. It's not like she likes you and she wants to have sex with you, but she's like, nah, I'm going to dangle this over him. No, she don't like you. You got to make her like you again for her to have sex with you. That's the and you got to do that every day. Go ahead.
So say my wife does something I don't like, and I withhold finances from her.
Not the same thing. See, not the same thing, and it's. Do you not need money? Can you survive without money in this society? No, you can't.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
You can't. But you can survive.
Moves. Come on, bro. That's this. Like, I'm trying to help you out. This is what I be talking about. I'll be saying, man, you're making my point as to why you don't validate men's feelings.
I get what you're saying, but I'm being technical with it.
Don't be technical. Be honest. Yes. No, you can't survive without money. So if your wife is dependent on your money, right? And that was the arrangement prior to whatever situation, that was y'all arrangement. She needs your money to pay half the rent, to pay for the car, whatever it is. And you withhold that from her. No, that's abuse. That's financial abuse. There is.
With me withholding affection from her, would that be abuse?
No.
I don't want to hug her. I don't want to touch her.
Nobody is owed
physical. A lot of women would see that as abusive. It's like emotional abuse.
It's not. Nobody is owed physical touch. If you don't want to be physically touched, you don't owe that to that person. Now, does she have the right to leave you if you don't hug her? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Totally understand. If she wants you to hug her and she wants you to kiss her and you don't want to hug her and you don't want to kiss her, and she's like, well, I need a man that's going to hug me and kiss me, I'm out. Neglect is abuse, so you can't even call it neglect. That's what I'm saying. It's not neglectful. You just don't want to hug a person. You don't want to kiss a person. That's not abusive. That's your personal choice. You don't want to have sex with a person. Not your person. You don't want to go down on a person. You don't want to eat it from the bike. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are not abuses at all. not even close to abusive.
Okay.
Right? But so many men, once again, woos. In real time, though, so many men will equate withholding money, which is a necessity for life, and withholding smecks. And then when I go, that's not true. I don't respect that. That's wrong. I'm invalidating what men are feeling. That's what a lot of men will say. Oh, you invalidate. Yeah. But I am going to invalidate that. You think I should validate that? You think I should just go, well, tomato. No, that is completely wrong, and it's dangerous, actually, to do that. Go ahead, Dreaded.
I was going to say, it is what it is. Whether or not you invalidate it or not, like, if her purpose in him is financial and his purpose in her is smacks, then it's equal.
It's not equal, because if your
purpose, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, if your purpose,
same purpose.
If your purpose to be with somebody is smacks,
it doesn't matter if you can say it's not the same purpose. Here's the thing: what she seeks in him is financial. What he seeks in her is smacks. It's equivalent exchange. You want that's the reason why y'all are in a relationship. Y'all shouldn't be in a relationship. Listen, stop trying to talk and listen. If that's the equivalent exchange of your relationship, then there's no complaint if a man holds financial when you hold smacks from him.
There is a complaint.
There's no extra ins or outs about it.
There is.
Here's the thing about this whole situation. People saying, getting on the topic, men's feelings should not be validated. Why should a man care?
Why?
You don't validate my feelings? I don't care. The whole world has never validated men's feelings going throughout their life.
That's a lie.
Why should he care that the person he's with is trying to validate his feelings? He can move on.
That's a lie.
It's very simple.
That's a lie.
When he doesn't validate the man's feelings, guess what? He can go somewhere else.
Dreaded. Society.
He's not required to stay in a relationship with any woman.
Society Dreaded. Wait, calm down. Society validates only men's feelings. Nobody else's feelings get validated. Right? In our society specifically, the only people's feelings that get validated are white men's feelings, to be honest with you. That's it. Exactly. Right? No, not exactly. Nope, not exactly. I know black men love to distance themselves from the patriarchy, but you don't get to do that just because I acknowledge that in our society, the only group of people feelings that get acknowledged are white men. The problem with your exactly though is that when the things that white men say, because there's intersectionality, it's twofold. So when they say stuff, it's the racism is validated and the sexism is validated, right? But if you separate the sexism from the racism, which you can do, black men's feelings are also validated, and Asian men's feelings are also validated, and Latino men's all of the men's feelings, we get our whole feelings validated because as a man, men shape society, right? So men get to go around and lie and say stuff like withholding finances is the equivalent of withholding SMEX. We get to say stupid stuff like that when everybody knows it doesn't make any sense, right? Because if I withhold SMEX from you, from a woman, or she withholds SMEX from you, or whatever the case may be, you're not gonna unalive. You'll be perfect. Actually, I'll take it a step further. You will be perfectly fine without SMEX. But if you withhold finances from her, that is financial abuse. She can't eat. She can't drive her car. She don't have gas. She doesn't.
A man holds finances from a woman. Why she don't have her own finances?
Just listen to what you said, Dreaded. I'm using your.
I know exactly what you're saying, but my thing is, if a man withholds finances, why she don't have her own finances?
What?
If a man withholds finances from a woman, why she don't have her own finances?
You just said why. What are you talking about? You just said if a woman gets in a relationship with a man, I'm assuming, I'm sorry, that we were talking about a man taking care of a woman financially, right? Now she working a job. She got in it for the money, for him to take care of her financially. He got in it for her, to have access to her body. Okay, cool. You're acting like those are the same things. They're not. But okay, cool. So I'm saying in that situation, how is she going to afford to put gas in her car if she doesn't have money?
Here's the question. If she's not working, what is she spending all the money on that she's getting?
Oh my God, you guys are not listening.
No, I'm listening carefully, but here's the thing, right? You're saying if she's dependent on his financials, right? So he's giving her money. So if he's giving her money, what is she doing with the money?
Spending it.
She don't have no job. She don't have to really go nowhere. So if she's spending it and she's wasting it, that's on her.
Who says? Wait.
Her own resources.
Hold on. Don't assume she's wasting the money. First and foremost, you don't know. That's stupid. Most women ain't wasting the money. Secondly,
if she's not wasting the money, then she has her own finances.
She doesn't, because he has all the money, sir. What are you talking about? It happens every day.
If he has all the money and he's giving her money, then she should have money either tucked away or stored away.
Why would she save? Okay, Dreddy. Let's play. Hold on, wait. I'll keep playing your stupid game. I'll do it again. Let's say she put away some money. Now the money is gone. Now what?
Then what she's gonna have to do? If she wants some more finances, she's gonna have to give him some SMEX.
And that is cool. Hold on, Dreaded. And that is coercion. And that's what I say about men, that men don't know what abuse actually is. Most men don't. And that is another big indicator that the majority of us are abusive, because Dreaded is saying this with his full chest in front of 600 people total. He's saying this in front of 600 people that makes perfect sense. You could withhold money if she withholds SMEX, as if those things are an equivalent, right? He really believes this in broad daylight. He doesn't understand that you are making yourself, hold on, Dreaded. I'm trying to help you understand. When you say this to people who understand abuse, you instantly come off as an abuser. Instantly.
I don't give a F.
I know you're gonna say you don't care, but I'm telling you, that's the point.
What I sound like. The thing is this: if you ask a man for financials, because you want financials from him, and he says, "Well, all I want from you is some SMEX," guess what? That's your equivalent exchange.
Dreaded, are you a good man? Are you a decent? Do you hold on, Dreaded? Do you consider yourself to be a good man or a decent man?
I don't believe in good man. I believe decent man. I believe in being a righteous man.
Either one. Do you believe you're righteous?
Yes.
You believe you're a righteous man. Okay.
I'm a righteous man because I stand on my morals, my values, and my ethics. That means I do what I have to do, and I don't cross my boundaries or my lines. I make a set standard of rules for myself that I have to follow no matter what. No one can step in and say, I needed you to do this. That goes against my code. That's what it means to be a righteous man. You're
not righteous. Wait, Dreaded. You're not righteous. You're rigid. That doesn't make you righteous. You're just rigid. You're self-righteous and you're rigid.
I'm flexible.
You're not. If
I was rigid, that would mean I'm flexible. I'm not flexible.
Hold on, wait. That's not. Wait.
On my specific code,
bro. Damn, this motherfucker talks so much and don't know what he's saying. Rigid is the opposite of flexible. First and foremost, it's the opposite of flexible. You're not flexible. You're rigid. You're stiff. You don't move. That's what rigid means. Rigidity. That's what. First and foremost. Secondly, You're not righteous. You're self-righteous. Everything you described is self-righteousness, not righteousness. So you don't know the definition of either word. Just so we're clear. So to me, though, I'm just making the point, though. If you think you're so righteous, right? But then you come out in public and say things that are clear indicators that you are an abuser, or the very least you are abusive. Why would I believe that you are righteous? Why would I respect you? You see what I'm saying? Like, why would anybody respect you? Like, I'm not. This is the thing that I don't be understanding about y'all. Y'all act like the things you say don't matter. Like, I don't care what nobody think. You should care what people think. It's important. We live in a society with a bunch of other people. You should care. If 10,000 people are telling you you're this way, you should listen to them. Shit, maybe I got it wrong. It doesn't mean every single time they're right. I'm just saying, like, you should definitely stop and do some little self-reflection. Take a little self inventory and go, maybe I am. Because everything you're saying indicates that you are an abuser. Everything you're saying. And the way you're saying it too, not even just the things you're saying, how you're saying it. You come across as an abuser. And to Wooz's point, or to back to Wooz, brother, do you see? This is why I don't validate men's feelings. This is why.
So you're saying that we should validate people's opinions. So we should validate the opinions of people who essay people, right? Because based on your process, that we should just validate everybody's opinion of us. Well, if we validate everybody's opinion of us, we should validate everybody who commits criminal activities and people who think essaying is right and this, that, and the third. You sound ridiculous.
That's not what I said.
Opinions of you matters because not everyone's walking in your shoes. Not everyone's doing what you got to do to survive. So to validate other people's opinion is ridiculous. Let me explain something to you. If someone said, well, I think doing this is wrong, who the fuck cares what you think if you're not the person who has the responsibility of doing something? If you're set to a task by your job and someone says that's wrong, well, your job says you have to do it, so you do it. It's simple as that. Being a police officer, police underlie people almost every day. They know it's wrong, but they still do it because it's a part of their job. Do people go up there and say, well, we need to stop this? No, they just get moved to a whole nother place. So when we take situations like this and say, well, right and wrong and good and bad, that doesn't matter, sir. That's why I said I'm a righteous man, because when it comes down to being a righteous man, I have to stand on certain rules and guidelines. That's not self-righteous. That's just righteous in what it is.
It is self-righteous because your rules and guidelines are the things that you set for yourself. They're not it's not the concept or idea. Dread it. It is not the general consensus. That is not what, if you, it doesn't, I didn't say it has to be everybody, but it should be, you should take into consideration other people. You should take into consideration society. You should take into consideration the people who are around you that you may or may not be affecting or impacting. You should think about all of that stuff. It can't just be, this is how I feel about something. Bro, please let me, Dread it. Hold on, wait.
About this whole idea of society, right? You want to take in the opinions of everybody in society. Not everyone in society is right. Not everyone in society has the right ideas.
I know this.
I'll use Kamala Harris for an example. We're dealing with a woman who had over 1,000 people locked up, and some people locked up for innocent who were innocent, and she threw their stuff away and tried to hide their situation, keeping them locked up. She also had men locked up just because she wanted the prison system to remain filled so that men can keep working as slaves. So when you sit up here and say everyone has an opinion and we should owe to society, society said she was doing the right thing. Is that the right thing?
Society didn't.
Yes or no?
Society didn't say that.
Yes, it did, because they gave her the place. They voted her in. Society voted her into her position. Society kept her in for her position. So is society right in keeping her in a place where she was destroying?
But that's not the same thing. Yes, just so you know that. No.
Yes or no?
Did society
keep her in a position?
You're not
so
Dread it. Hold on.
Society is wrong at times.
Hold on, bro. You talking too much and too fast. Let me jump in here for a second. No, that's not how it works. Secondly, you are just making up stuff about Kamala Harris, and I get it. I get it. A lot of black men can't stand black women, and you don't want to see a black woman in power. So here you go talking bad about Kamala Harris. Of all the people you could have chose to speak on, you chose Kamala Harris. You could have chose Joe Biden. You could have chose Donald Trump. You could have chose. Hold on, wait. You could have chose Trump. You could have chose Biden. You could have chose Barack. Any three of those dudes have done way more damage than Kamala Harris. You went to the black woman. Weird. But
I went to Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris is the one who reinforced Biden's that he created the Clinton crime bill. So yes, I went to her first because she's one of the people who enforced Biden's ideology.
No, she didn't.
Biden, I'm not going to speak on him because
wait. When was the crime bill? When was the crime bill implemented? What year?
The Clinton crime bill in 93?
94. When did
he started push back in,
when was Kamala Harris in office?
The crime bill that he created in 93 that he reinforced it in 94 that she used in 95.
She didn't use it. You're just making that up. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Sure.
No, sir, I'm not.
So
she had a whole office and people under her that she trained. They all follow suit. Even Joe Biden himself had stated himself on stage. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
He even stated when she was in California, sir. She had.
I'm in California. I know Kamala. I don't know her personally. I know her track record.
She kept the schools divided. So.
Ali put 20 on it.
So how you gonna sit up here and tell me that something that's obviously
she kept the schools divided? No, she didn't keep the schools divided. What are you talking about?
Yes.
She didn't, man.
Yes, she did. She kept the schools segregated. Joe Biden even said to himself on stage, sir.
He didn't say that.
Joe Biden literally stated this on stage recently.
She said that about Joe Biden.
He said Kamala Harris had the opportunity to stop segregation in 2 schools, and she didn't.
Segregation is illegal.
On stage and said that.
Dread it. Segregation is illegal in the state of California. She didn't do that. Joe Biden did that. She actually made the point about.
I didn't know that.
All right, bro. I'm not. They put 20 on Dreaded head. Go ahead, Wolves.
I don't know nothing about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, you ain't gotta talk about Kamala. We get back to the prompt. I don't want to argue about Kamala Harris. I always think it's funny how many black men hate Kamala Harris all of a sudden. It's weird. Go ahead.
One thing I did want to come back to is when you said about neglect, about like withholding affection isn't neglect.
Say what?
When you said withholding affection isn't neglect?
Yeah, it's not neglect.
I believe most people would see it that way though.
That's 30. No, it's not. It's not neglectful.
So like if I decide not to
35.
Interact with my wife or like do nice things for my wife and stuff, that's
interact with her is different. Give her physical touch. That's what we were talking about. Hugging, kissing, smacks.
But she can also live without my interaction. You feel me?
But sir, you not 40. You not listening 45. You not listening to your wife and you not talking to her is not the same thing as you not giving her a kiss or a hug. Because one of those things are your words and another one of those things is your body.
But I feel like most women wouldn't agree with it.
Ask the women. They're in the comments saying that's not abuse. They're saying that's not neglect.
I feel like they're not going to be honest in these comments.
Oh, now you going.
I feel like you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. They already swing a certain way. So if I say that, how do I sound abusive? I'm asking a question,
brother. Withholding your. I just want you to know, anything physical, right? Anything physical.
Real quick. I'm talking about withholding affection and withholding interaction and something, and they're calling me abusive. So,
I don't know about that. I'm not reading the comments, Woos. So don't read the comments. I know. Don't read them. You're talking, Woos. You're talking to me. So why am I arguing with people? I'm not about to defend. Woos, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not about to defend them or validate them right now because I'm not talking about them or to them. I'm talking to you. So talk to me. That's disrespectful. That's what I'm saying. So I'm telling you, for me personally, I don't think that I know actually that withholding something physical like your body in any way, shape, or form isn't abusive to the other person. That's it. I don't know how to tell you that. Withholding your body from another person is not abusive. It's just not. A kiss.
I don't feel like everybody would agree with you. Your opinion is different from other people's.
I think most people would agree with me. I don't need everybody to agree with me, but do I think the majority of people will? Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. They got 5 on Woo's head too. Damn.
What that mean?
Well, I think the way that you're describing what you're describing is abusive, though, because intent does matter here, and not necessarily withholding your physical body, but you said withholding your attention, your affection. Like you're literally talking about neglecting your partner, and you're doing it in your example intentionally because she's not sleeping with you. That is abusive.
But I'm saying exactly, and I'm saying, but Woos, hold on. Go ahead. She can. You're right. But Woos, what I'm saying is saying, like, the difference to me is, let's say this. Let's say I am autistic, right?
Yeah.
Autistic people a lot of them don't like physical touch. A lot of them don't, right? So if I don't want to physically touch you, that doesn't mean that I don't love you. That doesn't mean I'm not paying attention to you. That doesn't mean I'm not listening to you. I'm doing all of those other things. I just don't want to hug. Hugging it's uncomfortable for me. It's, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to kiss you. I'm a germaphobe, whatever the case may be. Like, I'm not in. That is not the same thing as ignoring a person who is talking to you. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same thing. Like Shan is saying, it is not the same thing. Like, that's crazy to think. Like, I don't like, and that's why I'm saying I will never think that and it's my body. It's my body. There's no risk of anything for me talking to you or me listening to you. There's no risk to me. Me physically coming in contact with you, there is a risk for whatever reason. I don't want to get too close. I don't want to get sick. I don't want to get you sick. I don't give a frick, whatever the reason is. I don't like the way it feels. Whatever it is, there is a risk there once you talk about my person. That's what I'm saying. But talking, communicating, listening, things of that, completely different things, brother. That's all I'm saying. They're just different things. And that's why I don't look at it the same way. You don't listen to your wife intentionally? No, you know what? Intentionally or unintentionally, it's still neglect. Right? It doesn't matter. The impact is felt no matter what. Like, you cannot know you're not listening to your wife. Right? Like, you can think you're listening to her, because this happens all the time in relationships. You can think you're doing all the things that she wants you to do or she needs you to do, and you're so far away from that, though, that when she tells you, you're shocked. You're like, whoa, what? I never listened. Well, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, you haven't listened. What was the last thing? What did I tell you to do last weekend? Well, when was the last time we sat down and talked about what was happening with me at work? Well, and if that woman is in that relationship and she is feeling neglected and she's feeling abused and she wants to leave, she can leave the same way she can leave, or he can leave if that person isn't giving him smacks, the same way she or he can leave if that person isn't willing to be affectionate with them outside of sex, physically affectionate, kissing, hugging, whatever, touching.
Would you consider that abuse, though?
I wouldn't consider the physical part abuse, though. No, ever. In all of my studies of this and seeing any of this information, I've never seen withholding hugs and kisses as abusive, ever. Never seen it before.
But we agree the silent treatment is abuse.
I think the silent treatment, I think there's a time and a place to shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's a time and a place. Like, sometimes you just need to like give them the cold shoulder. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't say unequivocally that that's abuse, because, like, yeah, sometimes you need to shut down because, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, stonewalling. Yeah, stonewalling is bad. Yeah, but sometimes it's like, I can't talk to you right now. We're too heightened. That we're too elevated. Let me take a step back, and I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? But coming back to it later, do that. Stonewalling is just stop you dead in your tracks, and then never bring it up and just ignore you. That's wrong. 100%. I think that's wrong. Yep. 100%. Okay. Go ahead, AJ.
Oh, no, I'm just letting y'all get y'all shit off. I'm over here playing the game. Yeah, y'all are on point. I think y'all got y'all are. Yeah, I'm on the game, man. I got my day off, man. It's raining. I got my baby over here playing with his toys.
One more time.
I'll be on the game, man. I'll be chilling. I like it.
Is withholding smacks abusive, ladies? 37 votes. 10% said yes, and 89.19% said no. Just FYI. Go ahead, Shan. Or did you? I'm sorry. Were you finished, AJ or Woos? I heard somebody.
No, it was AJ. I'm done. I'm just Shan. You can go, Shan.
What'd you say, Woos?
What was the percentages on the poll?
89 and 90 and 10, pretty much.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shan.
The 10% is crazy, though.
The 10% is wild. I ain't gonna hold you.
Throw that out. Like the 10% is crazy.
Put the poll back up.
I really want to know who told y'all that. Like, I don't know. And maybe the 10% was men. I hope.
No, it was women.
Women. There's 10% of you women in here right now that feel like you deciding that you don't want to have sex with somebody is abusive to them.
I'm surprised y'all got 10. That's crazy.
That's what we saying, AJ. That's high. We like, what the fuck, 10?
I figured a good 2%. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's always a couple. I ain't take 10. That's wild.
Hey, the poll is up there, top left corner. Go on and answer that. Go ahead, Shan. Finish.
Yeah, I'm just saying the 10% of you that think that. I just really want to know, like, where do you get that from? And like, follow me and let's unpack that. Like,
I don't know. Try to sneak in that poll now.
Or something. To feel like it's your body. Like, I know you realize that, but sometimes I feel like women need to hear that repeated to them again. It belongs to you. Nobody else has ownership of it. You can literally do whatever you want to with it. So deciding that you are not, even calling it withholding is crazy, because how can I withhold something from you that you're not entitled to? It doesn't belong to you. And I've used this analogy before. If somebody comes over to my house to visit and I say, okay, it's time for you to go now. I want to be home alone. And they say, how are you going to withhold your house from me?
Get out of here.
You would look at them like they are insane. It's my house. I can't withhold it from you. It was never yours to begin with. I invited you into it, and now I'm done with you being here. And that's just the end of it.
Hey, somebody do that to me in my house. Y'all remember how Uncle Phil, rest in peace, was throwing jazz out the house? That's all I'm doing.
Exactly.
I do my mama like that. Get your ass.
What are we talking about? How the hell do you withhold your body from another person? Y'all have to stop even letting somebody tell you that you're withholding sex from him. I can't withhold it from you. It wasn't yours. And now I'm going to withhold it for eternity, and you'll never get it again if you ever say something like that to me.
Hey, hold on. They wilding on YouTube. Appreciate the super chat. They said, Naya said, the YouTube chat says ED is neglect.
At this point, damn.
Hey, man, y'all diabolical over there on YouTube. What the fuck?
He done ran out of blue chews and he abusing you, I guess. Like, come on now.
Oh my God. They said it is.
Ran out of blue chews is insane. I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy. Ran out of the blue chews is wild.
Hey, your honey pack connect, the honey pack connect fell through and you couldn't get your honey packs.
Was it through the intention behind it though? That would specify as abuse?
No, so the thing with abuse is the impact is the only thing that matters when it comes to abuse. It doesn't matter about the intent. You could unintentionally abuse a person. You don't have to actively abuse a person. You could unintentionally abuse a person. You can not even know. You can be doing it to your kids. You can be doing it to your wife, right? You can unintentionally do it, but they're still being abused because the impact of it is still happening, right? Now, if to me the intent matters in two ways. You actually like overcoming it, you know what I'm saying? Like you correcting the behavior. I think doing it intentionally, the chances that you're going to correct the behavior goes down, right? And then the other part of it is the reconciliation part of it with the abused. I think that if you're doing it intentionally, it might be hard to reconcile, right? If you're doing it unintentionally and you convince the person I'm doing it unintentionally, there's a good chance that you can reconcile. Like, oh, I didn't know. Okay, cool. And then you correct it, and it's all good. But intent doesn't matter though at that point. Hey, y'all, bang the cash out one time. Hit the poll in the top left corner, ladies, answer that question. Let's share the live. We got 112,000 likes. I love it. Are you not entertained? Can we dollar do you? It's 440 people in here. We got 319 people on the YouTubes. You know what I'm saying? Prince Hayes is the Cash App. Dude, just throw a dollar in the collection plate on the way out, man. That's all I'll be asking for. Go ahead.
I want to address real quick. Mello said that that's basically like saying if he withholds his money, he could say that it was never hers. Like he can't withhold his money from a woman because it was never hers.
But it was.
And for one, that's just stupid because again, you're comparing something like money, something that you can go out and earn, you can make, you can lose it, whatever. It's a tangible item that you can go out and get, to a person's like personhood, to a human being, to my body. Like my body has nothing to do with your money. You can go out and get money, lose your money. It's a tangible thing. Me, I'm a human. I'm a person. So it's not the same. It's no comparison, for one. And for two, if you withhold money in a marriage, in a relationship where y'all have an agreement that you are going to be the sole caretaker, the sole provider, then that's financial abuse. How are you withholding money when y'all make the agreement that she won't work, you will make all the money, and then you're going to not give her any money to be able to take care of herself?
If you...
Okay, so if a woman withholds money from her man, is that abuse?
It depends on the arrangement, but yeah, it could be abuse.
Same thing. If she's the main provider and y'all have that agreement that you're going to stay home and take care of the kids, and she says, well, you're staying home and taking care of the kids, but I don't care if you ask me for $5 for a pack of gum. No. That's financial abuse.
Okay. Let me answer this. Let me read this poll real quick. Is withholding smacks abusive, ladies? Yes. 5.06% said yes. Got to be some dudes in there. Got to be.
Okay, I changed the number down. I appreciate that.
Hold on. Let me look and make sure. Yep, it's a dude in there. Two dudes in there out of the 8 votes. Okay, so it'll be a little bit lower. No, 94.94%. Yeah, 158 people voted too, by the way. That was crazy. Mello, what you talking about, broski?
So, let me step in and say this. I've read over this extensively. It's called avoided abuse. If you intentionally withhold smacks or emotional support in order for you to gain some type of advantage or to teach them a lesson, that's a form of abuse. Because that person is relying on your physical need to fill an emotional void. That is abuse. It's categorized, it's proven, it's documented. You can read about it. It's called avoidant abuse.
Who made that up, Mello?
It could be the same people that made up financial abuse. It's just people rely on people for emotions.
Who created it? Who coined the term avoidant abuse? Who came up with that?
I don't know. I didn't
misogynistic
that far back.
A misogynistic white T man.
A real thing.
A misogynistic white T man. It is a theory. I'm not denying that it's a theory. That doesn't mean that it's actually abuse, by the way. It is a theory. Right? This leads me back to my prompt. I love it because it keeps going back to that. This is why, though, we should not validate men's. We should not validate men's feelings, y'all. Y'all say men keep saying stuff that, as a group, because I think most men actually would agree with Mello. I think most men actually agree with Woos on this. I don't want to make y'all seem like y'all the outliers. I don't think Mello and Woos are the outliers here. I think they are the average man. I think the average man actually thinks that money is the same as sex.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
It's not a money thing. This is an emotional thing. That's not a man thing. Emotions are not. That's a people thing. That's why I said avoidant abuse covers people, not just man or women. Because women emotionally abuse men also.
They do. So they can.
Just the one way
they
thing.
Can. Yeah, no.
That's
women.
Why I say that's a people thing.
But that's not the way that women emotionally abuse men, by withholding. They can. I agree, but that ain't the way.
How are your emotions attached to my vagina? That's a you problem.
Sound like something you got to get over for sure.
That's how men feel close to their women.
What?
That's a you problem.
That's
one of the ways men feel closeness to their women.
Listen, if your emotional well-being is based on how many times a week or month I open my legs to you, that is a you problem. That's not my fault.
That is y'all don't be under you. Woos, you don't think that's problematic? To think you don't, because that's the problem with a lot of men. We think we only view intimacy through sex. That's a problem that women have with us. They're constantly trying to get us to actually be intimate, to actually be intimate in the way that we act, the way, you know, in our actions, not the physical ones, in the way that we think, the way that we talk, the way we want to be intimate with them. A kiss, a touch, listening to them, things of that nature. That's intimacy. Looking at them in their eyes, that's intimacy. Men go, oh, that's how we experience intimacy, through smacks. Like, that's the only way, and that's a disconnect. And that's a
hold on, Woos. Hey, public, check it out. So you want to sit here? Hang on, Woos. Let me hit this from public. You just brought this up from somebody off of YouTube. You said ED. If you're in your physical prime and somehow you suffer from ED, then if she constantly wants that affection from you and you can't provide that, you're abusing her.
You're not.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not. Hold on.
And listen to me. Okay. If that's what you've been providing her, and that's the way you guys connect, and that's how y'all come across as being intimate, and you can't provide that no more, that's going to cause some emotional damage if you can't do that at all, and if you refuse to even go try to get any help for it. If you just accept it as that, and she has to live like that forever, that's going to cause some type of emotional or some type of mental damage. That's a whole section of their life that they're accustomed to, that they feel close to you with. Now they have to do without that.
I need. Hold on, wait. I need to say something real quick. So, two things. You can damage your own emotions and your own. Really, that's an ego damage. But you can damage your own emotions. So, what I'm saying is you could feel like that's emotional damage. You could believe that. You could feel like she damaged you emotionally because your ego was hurt or whatever the case may be. You could feel like that, and it could really have real implications. It could really mess with you or whatever. No doubt about it. That's a you problem, not a her problem. Secondly, what Mello is describing is the reason why most men or a lot of men leave their women when the women get sick. Because if a man has ED, which is a medical condition, and then women view that as abuse, which I don't know any women that actually would view that as abuse, but let's just say that there are women out there that would view that as abuse, and they leave their man because he has ED, right? I would look at those women with a side eye. The same way I would look at men who abandon their wives when their wives and their girlfriends get sick. The same way. I'm looking at y'all the same way. What, because she can't sleep with you? So now she's no use to you? Now you got to leave her? Wow. Okay. So you're just like, because in men's minds, that's what sex is. Sex is everything to us. It's everything to us. It's water. It's what y'all remember the booty burglar? The dude that was in prison that was talking about booty all the time. And he was like, booty in jail is more important than air. Booty is more important than food. That's what y'all sound like. Y'all sound like the booty burglar. Stop being obsessed with women's bodies and y'all wouldn't have these problems.
It's not smack. You're looking at it as smack.
It is sex.
Hang on, public, because I can refuse to not even hug you. I can refuse to not touch you. Eventually, it's going to cause some type of emotional response because now you're blocking something that they deem as vital to your relationship. So you can just say all of a sudden, I don't like you, I don't want to touch you, but it's going to cause some emotional damage, which is going to be considered abuse if you're doing that willingly.
Sir, we got you know what's crazy about that is that a lot of men be feeling like emotional damage and emotional abuse be when when the women clock our bullshit. A lot of men be taking that as she's abusing us. That's why men's feelings should not be validated, because men don't even know what abuse is, and we refuse to learn what abuse is. So why am I listening to a group of people who don't know what abuse is? tell me about abuse and claim that they've been abused. Then when I ask them what is abuse, they don't even know. They don't even know. They think I ain't Ike Turner. I ain't Chris Brown. Okay. Okay. But are you withholding finances because she's not giving you smecks? You're an abuser. Are you withholding finances because you're afraid she's gonna go out and cheat on you? You're an abuser. You're asking her when she's like, hey, she got to come to you and ask you for gas money every 2 days or whatever the case may be, or every week she got to come and ask for you for $50 to go to Target, and you like, what you need from Target? That is financial abuse. That is financial abuse. Yeah. Y'all be thinking that shit is normal. Most men think that's like, oh, what? I gotta protect her from herself. And no. You abusing that woman. Stop it. You lying to her. That's abuse. You cheated on her. That's abuse. You neglected her, not physically, but emotionally. That's abuse. Yeah. Same thing with your kids.
Public, that's what I just finished saying.
No, you didn't.
Public, you just said if you neglected her.
Not physically. Emotionally.
Emotionally, that's abuse. That's what avoidance is. That's what
avoidant
abuse is when you neglect somebody emotionally. That can be by physically not touching them. That can cause emotional abuse.
Mello, you keep making emotional neglect all about physical stuff.
No,
like
I said, but no, that's another form of the shenanigans. That's only one form of emotional abuse. Because if that's something that you know that person looks forward to, that they enjoy, and you physically withhold it from them for the purpose of punishing them, that's abuse.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not, because if
I don't touch you for years because I'm punishing you, I'm not abusing you.
I'm letting you finish. I need you to do the same for me, please. It's not abuse, because you keep relating emotional abuse to something physical. So if I'm meeting every one of your needs, every time you need to talk about something, every time you're feeling down, I'm there for you. I'm helping you seek therapy. I'm doing the whole thing. The only thing I won't do is have sex with you for whatever reason. It could be a physical, whatever. It really doesn't matter. I'm just not having sex with you. But I'm meeting every single other one of your emotional needs. For you to still turn around and say I'm emotionally abusing you because you know I like the box and you're not giving it to me is crazy.
Completely different thing. That's a completely different monster. Where'd Mello go? No way, Mello. Nasty work.
Somebody probably dropped you.
No, he runs.
Nobody dropped you.
Yeah, he don't like to really get the smoke.
Hold on, who said that? Woos, you said that?
Yeah. When it says somebody probably dropped him, nobody dropped him. We don't drop people over here.
That wasn't Woos. That was Mello. That was Mello.
I ain't drunk.
I know. No. That was Mello who said that, because AJ didn't say that and Woos didn't say that. That was crazy. He like a ghost up here.
Right. That's weird.
That was crazy. Anyways, yeah, that's not abuse. I did a whole live on this. I don't want to keep going with that though. Y'all tripping. But it just goes back into my original point of why I don't be validating men's feelings. I would never validate that. I think that's crazy for men to Mello, where'd you go? They ain't even drop you, bro. You gotta stay up here.
He said if someone quits touching you in a relationship, you are now friends and friends only. I mean, hey, I guess. Like I said, I know that a big part of relationships, especially for men, is the sexual part. That's like the main part for y'all. But that's the problem. Like, y'all don't even see intimacy or emotional connection in really anything outside of sex. So like I said, she could be doing everything under the sun to meet your emotional needs, and she could be the most intimate partner you've ever been with. But if y'all aren't having sex, you don't care about any of that.
Mm-hmm. And that is a you problem. You need to work on that, because if you are willing to swap that out just so you can have smacks, kind of wild.
Yeah, that's not an equal exchange. Like finances and a person's physical body isn't equal. I don't like that comparison at all. Like, that's not a good comparison. It's not equal.
But people do it all day though, AJ. That's the main.
That's what I be saying, man. Sometimes I'm gonna have to just get up here by myself, dog. Because as soon as I get up here and then somebody else go here, I get to looking bad. I be like, man, I can't even make my. I can't even.
AJ, you your own man, bro. You be saying little problematic stuff, but if you know whatever, but trust me, trust me. Money is not the same as vagina or peen. It's just not, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not the same. And I don't know why. I don't know. You know, just because you can pay for it doesn't mean it's the same. You know what I'm saying? Like the investment isn't the same. Whatever money you pay for her is not the same as her giving her body to you. You know what I mean? It's still not an equal exchange at the end of the day. So if she says it's $150 a goal, you know, a roll around, or he says it's $150 a roll around, it's still not an equal exchange for them. That's just what they're willing to take for their body. But I don't deem it as an equal exchange.
Exactly.
Because how much is a person's life?
Exactly. It's priceless. Like it's literally a priceless thing. It's a human being. It's a human body. It's a human life.
Yeah.
It's not something. And because people have put prices on it, I think y'all have gotten confused, or not because of that. But yes, people can put their own prices on it, but it's never going to be an even exchange because money is something tangible that you can go get, you can lose, whatever. But a person, once they're gone, they're gone.
Yep.
Can't get it back.
It's like football. It's like playing football. Like, yeah, they made $100 million in their career, but now they got CTE and their brain is eating itself. Is your brain only worth $100 million, or like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, some people could put a price on it. That's their. I think it's priceless. I think your brain is priceless. I don't know how much it could be worth. Whatever it's worth on the black market. Your kidney, your organs could be worth whatever they're worth. But to me, my kidneys are priceless. My organs are priceless. You know what I'm saying? The only way I'm giving up one of my kidneys is if I know you. You my son, you my kin, you my wife, you know what I mean? Whatever, you my brother, some shit like that. I'm not giving it up for the sake of giving it up. Like there's just somebody out there that needs a kidney. No, hell no. They're willing to give you $100 million. I'm good, bro. I'm straight. You got it. I'll figure it out. I ain't desperate. I'm eating. Hey, Woos, I had to mute you up. You had a lot of background noise. You can unmute though. While other people was talking. You good? All right, there we go. 133,000 likes, man. Let's get them likes up. Let's get to 150 real quick. We got GV in the house. So I think now that we've gotten to this place, Woos, are you starting to understand why I personally believe that we shouldn't be validating men's feelings, or are you not? Are you still not understanding that?
I'm understanding why you're saying it, but I'm gonna still validate men who come and tell me their stories.
Me too. I'll validate you. You tell me something, I believe it. Hey, that's crazy. That's fucked up. Men come up here and be like, my wife cheated on me. I don't be like, what did you do? I'm like, she cheated on you. She shouldn't have cheated, because there's no justification for me. There's almost no justification for cheating.
I feel what you're saying though. There's a couple examples I heard, like you say, like if a man say like his wife abusing him because she withholding sex, I feel like that shouldn't be validated, but it should also be listened to, because it's probably not abuse, but it's messed up to a certain extent.
But the thing about it is, men don't really want to have this conversation, because then I'm going to ask, the natural question is, well, why is she withholding sex from you?
Be anything. Say you're not making enough money. Would
that
be a problem?
But you see what I'm saying, Woos? I'm married. I've been married for a long time, right? To me, right? Mm-hmm. I've been in a relationship for a long time. I've been in 23 years of relationships in my life, in my adult life. 23 years of relationships, right? For my 42 years. What women just don't wake up one day and just withhold sex from you.
I know that. Right?
The same way they don't just wake up one day and leave you. And I'm not saying that no woman has ever done it. I'm just saying in general, women don't do that. That's not something that women do. To me, women do the opposite of that. What
you mean?
Women often go out of their way to give you access even when you don't deserve it. Even when you're not making them happy, even when they're not satisfied, they go out of their way to give you their body, right? So when men try to turn around and be on that like, oh nah, women be withholding smacks and that, I'm like, I'm not saying it never happens. It happens. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying the vast majority of the time in any given relationship right now, my next door neighbor's relationship, across the street, down the street, my brother, my cousin, I can almost guarantee you that that the vast majority of these people, men, are getting smacks when they don't deserve it. And when I say they don't deserve it, I mean they're not meeting their wife's needs. The vast majority of men aren't meeting their woman's needs, but yet we're still having smacks. I know that's true for me. And that's something that you projecting. Am I, or am I just fucking being honest about it? Because I don't feel like I'm projecting when I say that. I got statistics to back that up.
There's been times where I got sex and didn't deserve it. I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here going, where are we getting this idea that women are just waking up and we're all just coming out of nowhere, just like, I just want to, no box for you, no vagina for you. Like that's not happening, right? It's usually it's brought on by extreme abuse from the man, or extreme, I'm gonna call it abuse, but I was gonna say neglect. Extreme neglect, aka abuse from the man. Why are you not, giving me access to your body anymore? Have that conversation with her. Oh, it's because you've been ignoring me for 6 months. We haven't talked, we haven't sat down and spoken in 3 weeks. I brought up an issue to you 2 months ago and you haven't addressed it yet. You haven't corrected your behavior yet. I feel like I'm not being heard. It be shit like that. So let's be real. Like, that's what's going on 99% of the time. So what am I worried about the 1, the 2, the 4, the 5% of the time when the women are doing it because they just want to hurt the man? Whatever. I'll excuse that. The vast majority of the time, though, it is a reaction to something the man is doing first. So why don't we start with that? Why are we focusing on the woman not giving up smacks? Why are we not focused on, hey, why did you stop giving them smacks? Oh, that's easy. I'm glad you asked. Brrr. Let's have that conversation. That's the conversation that's worth having. The conversation about her not giving you smacks, not worth having that conversation because it's her body. The conversation about why she's withholding it from you, though, that's the conversation. That should be a whole lot. That should be 4 hours. We just talking to men about why she's not being affectionate with you anymore, why she won't do that little thing in bed with you anymore that she used to do back in the day. Let's talk about that. Why did she change?
Also add one
Go ahead.
caveat as a woman that I think a lot of y'all don't think about too, is that usually when a man is being neglectful, abusive, whatever, let's just say neglectful, let's take the abuse out. Usually when a man is being neglectful in every other area of the relationship, he's also neglectful sexually.
Facts.
So her withholding is another symptom of that, because she knows that after a full day of being ignored and neglected, she's going to lay down and have sex with you. And that's just going to be one more time before she goes to sleep at night that her needs aren't going to be met, but yours will be.
That's a sad existence. Go ahead, GV. GV, go ahead, brother. There you go. GV coming off of mute. Not BV. But yeah, so go ahead, GV.
How you doing, host?
I'm great, brother. We're listening. Go ahead, man. GV, man. Yeah, we can hear you. What's going on, brother? GV, are you there?
I just want to say, I'm still here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. There's a delay.
Yeah, I just want to say, I seen a couple of people in the comments saying that I'm a weirdo for choosing to focus on money instead of women. I want to know how is that being a weirdo?
You got to ask them. That's why you can ask them in the comments. Why you want me to answer that question? I didn't say that. I already told you I think focusing on money and not focusing on fixing yourself is problematic. I think, and the craziest thing is I think.
Well, you know what?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I do believe in working on yourself is good too, because money can't fix everything. But I was just trying to see how am I viewed as a weirdo because I choose to focus on money instead of chasing women. Most men cannot go a whole day without focusing on a woman, and I think that's one of the problems that we have in society with men.
Yeah, but and I agree. I think men should learn how to be independent. I think men should learn how to function outside of women and our need for women, right? But I do think to say I'm gonna, focus on money over women is problematic, and I don't know why men don't understand that. But that saying is problematic. Appreciate you, Natasha. Thanks for the Cash App. But yeah, that's problematic though. Like I'm not chasing women, I'm chasing money. You should never be chasing women, right? And B, you shouldn't be chasing money either. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly, Jay Lovely, MOB. That's a problematic statement because you're putting an inanimate object like money over people. And you can say, well, no, I don't mean that, whatever, but that's how it comes across. When you say you're chasing money over women, that's how it comes across. It comes across as you put money before women. That's weird. That is some weirdo shit. What are you talking about? People first. People over profits, as us communist anti-capitalists would say, right? People over profits, right? So it's okay. To me, a better way would be like, I'm going to focus on myself and I want to make myself the best version of myself, independent of women. I don't need a woman to make me a better person. I don't need a woman to do the labor for me. I don't need a woman to be the reason why I do something or I don't do something. I want that to come from within me, and I'm going to focus on that. I'm going to build myself up. I'm going to educate myself. I'm going to focus really hard on, building my life and making my life worthwhile and yada, yada, yada. You say it like that. I don't think there's anything problematic about it. Saying I'm chasing money and not chasing women is a weird thing to say. Go ahead, Woos.
No, I was just saying, excuse me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's the problem, GV. So if that's not what you mean, if you don't mean it in the way that it's coming across, then I suggest you reword it, because they're gonna feel like that if you keep saying it the way you're saying it. I think that's where we're at right now.
Okay. You know what? And you are exactly right. When I say that I want to chase money, what I mean to say is I'm focusing on myself, becoming the best version of me, and not focusing on women.
Okay. Yeah. I think every woman, and Shan is up here, so I'll let a woman speak on that. Shan,
I was going to say that sounds better. That sounds way better than I'm not worried about women. I'm focusing on money. Like money and what you just said don't even correlate. That they have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah. And also, GV, you are going to chase money no matter. I don't know why. I'm married. I chase money. What do you mean? Like, money is a pursuit. We all chasing money. Like, what do you mean? Acting like one. Like the funny thing about that is that for men, women help men make more money. So if you wanted to make more money, it would seem like you should go chase a woman and go get a woman and she'll help you make more money. You know what I mean? Like just looking at it from that aspect, but like to say it as if one cancels out the other one or one takes away from the other one, I don't see that. Unless you mean spending your money, right, on women, which then that leads to me, that's just men being selfish. Like men do we are not generous people, generally speaking. We're just not generous people. You know what I'm saying? So we try to find every way. We try to find every way to not do that. Appreciate the super chat on YouTube. Victorious One wanted to ask GV. This question is for you, brother. Are you celibate?
It's taking 10 minutes to unmute.
Yes.
It's a delay.
Yes, right now I am celibate.
How long have you been celibate?
3 months now.
3 months. Okay. Yeah, there goes your answer. GV said he's been celibate for 3 months, y'all. Yep. I went on a drought one time too. We used to call them droughts. I went on a drought one time too. I don't remember how long it was. It felt like an eternity though. It wasn't. I don't think it was 3. I'm pretty sure it wasn't 3 months, but it might have felt like 3 months. It might have felt like that, but it wasn't. Yeah, I didn't make.
It was probably 3 days.
It was a while. It was a while. It was a while.
It was like 3 days.
It was a while. It was a cool minute. It wasn't 3 months. I know it wasn't a month though.
Exactly, it was 3 days. But anyway.
Do not shame me. I was a involuntary celibate for 2 weeks. Whatever it was. I don't remember the exact. Don't hold me to the number. I don't remember the exact date. I know it wasn't 6 weeks for sure. I already know that. I don't even count that because it was my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like my wife, she couldn't have sex, obviously after the babies. We did that twice. It was a little bit over 6 weeks. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
But yeah, TV, back to your point, going around saying that you don't chase women, you chase a bag, you chase money. It's weird because it's one of those dog whistle things that women hear. And we know it comes from a lot of like red pill spaces and toxic men that say stuff like that. And so again, if you truly are just saying you're trying to be a better person, you're trying to focus on, growing as a person and not focusing all your attention on having sex, then sure, who's arguing with that? But when you walk around saying I chase money, not women, you do sound like a weirdo.
100%, because you sound like them red pill dudes, and them dudes sound like weirdos. So if you don't want to,
the thing about that is a lot of men. I just want men to a lot of men can't go even 5 seconds without focusing on women. I just want.
Have you seen them?
Women to know that it is being.
Have you seen women?
Have I seen them?
Mm-hmm.
Have I seen what now?
Have you seen women? That's tough, bro. Have you talked to them before? It's nice.
Absolutely. I got children.
There you go. Yeah, it's hard to not focus on women. That shit's tough, man. They all nice and stuff, and they be smelling good. Like that shit is crazy. I don't know. That's a tough one. But I'll be focused on, you know what I'm saying? It's different though. I guess when you single, it's different. But yeah, that's tough. They said you got kids, GV?
I just feel like, yeah. I got one daughter.
Oh, congratulations, man.
Yeah, and she
got kids.
What happened with their baby mama?
Wait, you said your daughter's grown, GV?
Yep.
Oh, your daughter grown? Oh, okay.
Like 30 years old?
GV, how old are you? Oh, GV.
GV, how old are you?
Help me. GV.
Hello?
GV. How old are you, bro?
GV. How old are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 32.
So you had your daughter when you was like 12, 13 years old?
Oh my goodness, the struggle.
GB, at what age? What age?
Daughter just turned 18 this year.
Yeah, so you had her when you were 14. That ain't grown, by the way. But she 18.
My daughter just turned 18 this year.
Nice. That ain't grown, but that's, you know, that's 18. Okay, but you had her when you was 14, so you had it. You was a child with a child. Got you. You ain't planning on having any more kids, right?
Absolutely never.
Congratulations, brother. I like that. Yeah, man, you had a little. That's crazy. How old is your?
I teach her.
Go ahead, man. I'm listening.
So, I didn't hear you.
No, I didn't say that. Hey, you got a crazy delay, bro. You might have to drop and come back. The delay is crazy. I can't. Yeah, you might have to drop and come back, man. Yeah, drop and come back.
I peeped at first that he said he had kids, and I don't know if that was just like a mistake, a slip of the tongue. Because I only have one child too, and I've never once said I had kids. So I don't know if GV is maybe fully telling the truth. Like, I really want to know. Like, I don't know. I've never heard somebody accidentally say they had kids and when they only have one child.
That is true. He did say kids, multiple, plural. Hold on. We brought up Jay Lovely. Her shit cycling. I don't think she there no more.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and drop down, yo.
All right, AJ. Go ahead, GV. Damn, same. Same shit. Same struggle. GV, you there? You gonna have to hit us up when you get off of work, bro. You be in them trucks. And I rock with you, but god damn. Hey man, I appreciate it. Where we at? Let's get over 200,000 likes real quick, y'all, if we can. Definitely. We had 160,000 likes. Keep sharing the live. Let's push the live out there. Shout out to everybody on the YouTube. 326 people in here rocking with us, man. Bang the Cash App one time. Let's like up the live. Keep sending the super chats, man. Asking your questions. I like them. Where we at right now? I got some people in here. I need to bring them up.
Yeah, I might need to turn your cameras on briefly and cut it back off if you get dropped out.
Melanie, what's good? Melanie?
Hello?
Yeah, what's good?
Hi. I just wanted to ask a question regarding like paternity fraud. Is that like an issue or is it not?
What's the question about what?
Paternity fraud.
Do you think it's an issue?
Yeah, I definitely think it's an issue. I know someone who had it, so it's an issue.
What percentage of people, you know, are victims of paternity fraud?
Well, honestly, I'm not knowledgeable in the what's the word? The percentage. But,
so what makes you think technically anything that happens to one person is a problem, but you know, you do understand the term when we use it, like, you know, in the term, in the context of like, oh, it's a problem, meaning like it's a widespread issue. So you think it's a problem because it happened to somebody, you know, or you think it's a problem because you actually looked it up and you can see that it's a problem?
Well, both actually, because I've seen it happen to someone, but also seen it. I've done a little research, but not like in depth, because obviously DNA testing is not like mandatory, so you can never really know.
You said DNA testing what?
What?
You said DNA testing what?
Yeah, DNA, like validating the paternal, the father.
What about it? I missed it. I don't know what you were saying.
Yeah, I was saying like, because it's not like mandatory, you cannot give an accurate statistic. It's probably maybe after a couple years that one might test, or if you want to get a passport, for example, and you do biometrics or something, that's when it could be evidence. But like, you can't. Most people don't, like, on the spot when the child is born. Oh, let's test. But it's after biometrics, after maybe a health concern or a genetic hereditary.
They find out in a few different ways usually. So, like I said, do you think that this is a rampant problem?
Well, it's most children, they belong to the dad, but it should be something of concern. You said should menstruance be validated? Like, people who have been affected by that should obviously be validated. So that's
not a feeling, though.
Point. Sorry, come again.
That's not a feeling.
I mean, it's a feeling because it's a feeling of disappointment.
No.
Someone was your child and it wasn't.
Let me help you out, Soggy. The feeling that shouldn't be validated, though, is the feeling that you have, which is that it's a big problem. I'm not validating that because it's not a big problem. I don't even think it's an issue worth talking about.
Why?
Because it happens to so few people. Who cares?
What would I say? Accidents on the road happen to very few people, but
no, they don't.
Still advise people not to drink and drive.
They actually don't. Accidents happen all the time, and I don't know what the percentage is, but in my state, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have been in accidents. 30-40% of people have been in accidents.
But it's still an issue for me, at least, because I've not been kind of affected, like, in a personal level, but like a friend.
Have you ever been in a car accident?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So you're comparing something that I've been in, you've been in, Shan's been in, we've all been in car accidents before, and you want to compare it to something because you know somebody that it happened to, and you're trying to act like these things are an equivalent to one another. They're not.
Was that person validated, Soggy? That person you know that it happened to? Was his feelings validated?
No, it wasn't, because it was kind of too late. It's like, it's a family friend. I'll call her uncle, yeah? So okay. It's like, after he wanted to get, like, passports for his kids, and 2 out of 3 kids weren't his, and the 2 that weren't his were twins. So
I think you're missing what I'm saying. You said it was too late. It can't be too late to validate somebody's feelings. Like, did everybody just say, oh, well, who cares? Anyways, moving on. Or did anybody, even one person, say, oh, man, I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's horrible. Because that's what validating somebody's feelings looks like. That's really it.
But what are you going to do with it, though? Are you just going to say, oh, well, tough luck? It could have happened to anyone. It's like,
no,
not tough luck. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That really sucked. That shouldn't have happened to you. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine how hard that, whatever the words you use. What do you think? And I think that's the problem with this question. Like, what exactly are y'all looking for when you want your feelings validated? Because that's all it looks like. Because nobody can change what happened.
No. I disagree. What they are trying to do is they're trying to gaslight us and tell us that paternity fraud is an issue as a way to paint women as like just as bad as men in some way, shape, or form. but they're not. Because I have another question for you, Soggy. What do you think happens more? Men having children outside of a relationship or paternity fraud? Like men in a committed relationship with a woman.
I can stand on.
You said what?
That I know it's true, because my argument isn't which is worse. It's just that it can be a problem.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. It's anything can be a problem. Like you can unalive from drinking too much water, but is drinking too much water an actual problem? No. You see what I'm saying? They're two different things. Just because something bad can happen in a certain instance, okay, doesn't make nobody would consider that like, man, that's a problem. It's not. When we say something is a problem, we mean it needs attention. It's dire. There's something going on. We need to address it. It's getting worse. Something like that. The thing you're talking about isn't a problem. The vast majority of women and men know who they're know that the kid is theirs. Over 90%, well over 90% know that the kid is theirs. So what are we talking about? But like I said, what is it? What actually is a problem is men stepping out on women and having babies outside of the relationship. That happens all the time. That happens way more than paternity fraud. Another problem is men bringing home STDs to their women that they're in committed relationships with. That's a problem. That's rampant. That's a rampant problem. These are issues.
You said about also
real quick for your friend. Why did they have to do a paternity test for him to get a passport? Shouldn't they have just needed the kid's birth certificate?
Paternity test per se. It was bioinformation for
what, to get a passport?
Yeah, but thumbprints and
in what country?
I'm currently in Canada, but I'm Nigerian by origin. So
okay, yeah, I've just never heard of. Usually, when you go to get a passport, you just need your birth certificate, even for a kid. Like my son has a passport, and we just needed to show his birth certificate, and me and his dad had to sign the paper, and then he got his passport. There was no paternity done.
That's weird.
If you also want to, let's say, check for hereditary diseases, that could also be a point.
So you made that story up?
I didn't. No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because don't people, let's say, I know I'm AA and my partner is AS, and like maybe if we have like 4 children, one out of the 4 will be sickle cell because we're African. If all of our children are now AA, won't that be sus?
I think what I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm not understanding, but wait, Basagi, I think what I'm always confused about when we start talking about, because Woo's tried to do the same. I think Woo's, you brought up paternity fraud first. Am I not mistaken?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I did.
No. Before you came on, Soggy, Woo's did the same thing. And I think the thing that confuses me is not that it confuses me, but I think the thing where it's evident that it's just propaganda and you guys just have these talking points is you guys are trying to sell us on this idea that paternity fraud is an actual issue, right? As if it was an issue, we wouldn't know about it. And you guys just have the like intimate knowledge about it for some reason. And I'm telling you without a doubt that in the spaces that I'm in, I promise you, if paternity fraud was an issue, we would know. We would know before y'all would know. Because we actually pay attention to this stuff. We don't wait around for somebody to tell us paternity fraud is an issue. We actually are actively looking at this stuff before it even happens. So that's why when we started to hear men say that paternity fraud was an issue, we were like, what? Where are they getting that from? And then come to find out it wasn't an issue. I never thought it was an issue. Even before I looked up the numbers, I was like, I grew up in the 90s, bro. Like in the 80s and 90s. I watched Maury Povich. I knew that was a fucking TV show, though. I knew it wasn't real.
So if you go down, let's say your family tree,
4
or 5 generations, and you find out your great grandpa isn't actually, how does that change the dynamics of your family?
If I find
that's kind of something that needs to be validated. That your whole
that's not validation.
Has just been practically a lie.
My great grandfather, who I've never met, I don't care. That's not even valid. What does that have to do with being validated?
You said if you go back 5 generations and your great grandpa is not yours, how does that change the dynamic of your family? It doesn't. It
doesn't at all. How many people have been in a car accident? This is what this poll says. 84% said yes, said they've been in a car accident. 15% said no. We know most people have been in a car accident. It's crazy. But yeah, so I'm not understanding. But I think what I'm, like I said, to Woos and Soggy, why do you guys believe that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what makes you believe that it's an issue? I'm very confused. Can either one of you explain that to me?
Sorry, what's the question again?
Like a big issue?
Yeah, like, you know, but Woos,
it's an issue. It's like whether it's a big or a small issue.
It's an issue or not, exactly. It's not the matter of the severity, because everything kind of it's on a spectrum of severity, but
yeah,
it's an issue. Yes or no?
So here's what I'm saying. This sounds very much like the argument of women ain't perfect, right? And nobody thinks women are perfect. I'm talking about men abusing women. I'm talking about men being violent towards women, things of that nature, right? I'm talking about men oppressing women economically, socially, all these ways, right? And then men will say women aren't perfect. And then I'll go, nobody says they are. Yeah, they do. And GV, I'm gonna bring you in right now for this. They say that, oh, like they try to make it seem like it's equal, right? They try to make it seem like women are just as, culpable in all of this stuff as men are. Why do you feel compelled to bring up stuff that doesn't affect not even 1% of the population and compare it to things that are affecting the vast majority of women? You see what I'm saying? You don't think that that's disingenuous?
Somebody said how all the passport bros get a passport because they ain't got no daddy.
That's fucked up. That's anti-black.
Also funny. Super
funny. Go ahead, Saki.
That's why I don't like coming up to panels like this, because it's infuriating me that as black folks we make jokes like that, and it's not funny, honestly, because I'm one person that believes in the empowerment of all black people, wherever they may be.
I don't believe that.
What type of joke is that?
I think that joke that they made is way less harmful than you coming up here and saying that paternity fraud is an issue. I think lying about paternity fraud and acting like and trying to gaslight us into thinking paternity fraud is a real issue is way worse, has a way more reverberating impact than a negative reverberating impact than joking about not having a daddy.
Maybe also, because, sorry, let me just go. Back home in Nigeria, I was fortunate to watch this show called Judge Judy, and there are many cases and such. I don't know whether it's scripted.
I just said that though, Soggy. I just said that. I just mentioned Maury Povich. I said Maury Povich, Judge Judy, whoever. It is fake.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. At the very least, it's cherry picked. Because sir, what is more devastating, right, than finding out a child isn't yours? Right? That's crazy, right? Crazy devastating. It is good for TV. Doesn't mean it's a real issue. But all they got to do is just put the casting call out and say, hey, you got paternity fraud issue. You got a suspicion. You suspect that kid isn't yours. We'll put you on TV and we'll give you a free paternity test. And that's what they do. Now, what do you mean? That's not a real.
Sign up to such shows though, because growing up, I saw shows like that, and I concluded, oh, it's just, a matter of time what somebody might actually have it. And then I now saw it in real life. Then that means I kind of joined it together.
Say that again. I missed it.
It's like, why would someone sign up to such
for money?
Show,
for money.
Because, okay,
they get paid. Super easy answer. For money, they get paid. But it's fake too, so they're not really getting embarrassed either because it's not real the vast majority of the time. I'm not saying that none of those cases were real. I'm sure it was some real ones sprinkled in there. But here's what I'm trying to tell you. Paternity fraud is so rare that for the amount of cases they had to make fake cases. So it was like fake, real, fake, real, fake, real, fake. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying like none of the cases, but they knew what would draw the people in, and they was like, oh, we got a banger. So they just.
How do you know it's rare?
How do I know it's fake?
How do you know it's rare? How do you know paternity fraud is rare?
Because there's numbers on it that tells you how rare it is.
But everyone doesn't get a paternity test.
Bingo. Bingo.
I'm going to ask a question.
No, that's the what? Hold on. Wait, Soggy Pants. That's the point. So if only 2% of people, it is so. Listen, Linda, listen. Mm-hmm. It is so rare that the vast majority of men don't even question it. So they don't even get tested. First and foremost. Secondly, even when it's tested, only 2% of people get tested for paternity every year. 2%. Out of the 2%, 30% are found to be fraudulent, or it ain't even fraud, by the way. You guys just use that word. The women don't know sometimes. Sometimes the women don't know.
Parental gaslighting. Right? So if every man got a DNA test, you don't think those numbers would go up?
No, I think they would go down. Because the people who suspect that paternity fraud is happening or that the child isn't theirs are the people who are going to go get tested. So of course the numbers would be higher. But if you tested everybody, it would be like 0.00001% of people are actually out here committing paternity fraud.
All right, so say every man that had a kid got a paternity test and it was at, let's say, 10%.
Yep, that's high. That's rampant.
Okay. Let's say 5%. Let's say 2% of every man that got a DNA test, it came back the kid wasn't theirs. Would that be an issue worth talking about?
Maybe, but not really. I wouldn't want to talk about it, but it ain't. And
I think if every man got a DNA test, it'd be around like 2%.
No, that's cap.
I think so.
You don't have nothing to base that on.
I don't.
I have a question.
You just feel like that. It's not logical.
Mr. Public, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I'm from Nigeria, but I'm fortunate to be in the Western world. In countries where there's less technology to find out that information, would you now conclude that it'll be more or less? Because obviously
I don't think it matters.
I'm privileged.
I think in places like Nigeria, it's way less likely because women have way less protections. Women, y'all can abuse the hell out of your women in Nigeria. I mean, in America we can too, but in Nigeria, it's Nigeria is like America. America is like Nigeria. Nigeria is like America 50 years ago.
I'll concede that by saying, yeah, I know the African man has the stereotype of being abusive. Which
No. You're missing no, Soggy. Don't do that. That's not what I'm saying. Men are abusive. Black, African American, African, Canadian African, white tea, European, Asian, I don't care. Men are abusive. Men are abusive as a group. Men are abusive, right? Okay. What I'm saying is usually the things that mitigate the abuse are rules and regulations put into place.
True.
Right?
Definitely.
So I'm saying that in Nigeria, since women have less autonomy than they do in America, the abuse is higher, like it was in America years ago, because women had less autonomy. Now we got to put our critical thinking caps on. The less autonomy women have, the less likely they are to do things to put themselves in harm's way, right? It restricts them even more, right? So I think women cheat more now than they ever have in America because women have more freedom. There's less repercussions to a woman cheating. The threat of violence is lower for them because of the rules. The financial abuse is almost non-existent because most women can work. So they don't have the same concerns that our grandmamas did and that our great grannies had 50, 60, 70 years ago. So I think more women are cheating now. And I think that if you left everybody to their own devices and all things were equal, I think women and men would cheat at relatively the same rate. Right? I don't think that men cheat more naturally, and I don't think women cheat less naturally. I think women cheat less because they're socialized not to cheat less. I mean, they're socialized not to cheat, and men cheat more because we're socialized to cheat more. Right? Are most men open to critique? 100% said no. That's what I think, right?
I'm really open to critique because I'm studying economics, and I know like I've taken a feminist economics class, and I know like the cost of labor, cost of like cooking and cleaning, unpaid labor. That's the term. So I'm very confident and conversant in the like terminologies, and I try to apply it to my life.
Okay.
But I just have a last question before I leave. When it comes to telling the truth or lying, what's like the incentive not to, like, how is it gendered?
Because of the same way that it's the same way that lying is, like they say, like racist people will be like, race is in everything, huh? Like, so is gender. It's the same thing. The same way white people have a reason to lie to protect the system that is racism, and the same way a capitalist and a white person has a reason to uphold the system of capitalism and racism in this country, is the same reason why men would lie about anything to uphold the system that is the patriarchy.
True, definitely. Well, I think I'm still learning in the way of decoding patriarchal thinking. But Mr. Public, thank you for allowing me to come up and ask some questions.
No problem, brother.
I'll be in the comments.
Yep.
Not trying to argue.
You're good, man. I appreciate it, man. GV, I brought GV back. I know your service is terrible. Let me read this super chat, y'all. Miss No Slick Name, love it. Love that name. That's a slick name. She said, men continuously use men continuously use other men's experiences to manipulate and mistreat their own women. Absolutely. 100%. Men continuously use other men's experiences to manipulate and mistreat their own women all the time. All the time. So, like Soggy was saying, and like Woos is trying to say, if you're using something like paternity fraud, which is not a fucking issue, it is a non-motherfucking factor in life. You're using that to distrust women, which validates your disdain for women, which leads to harm and violence against women. Often, it's all connected. That's why telling that lie, trying to gaslight everybody and be like, "Oh, it's a problem," and da 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 da. That's harmful because you have no basis for it. You're just making it up. There's nothing there. There's no meat on the bone. And GV said both people. GV said men and women are doing that. When I was talking about men bringing back diseases to the women, they aren't. You can go look it up. 80% of men are contracting HIV from other men, and 80% of women are contracting HIV from men. You do the math. You tell me how that shit makes sense. You tell me men and women are doing the same thing. The numbers be whooping y'all ass. The numbers are not in y'all favor, and here's why. Here's why men's feelings should not be validated. I'm not doing it. We should validate that? I'm not validating that. I'm not validating Woo saying he feels like it would be around 2%. I'm not validating that, Woos.
Hi, Mr. Republic. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
But assume, because I've learned like African American terminologies, but to assume all men are DL, as they say, won't that be kind of homophobic? I'm
not presuming men are DL. This literally, the numbers say that 80% of new cases of HIV is between men and men when it's from a man for men. When men get it, it's between men and men. And then 80% of women who get new cases of HIV, they're getting it from a man. I'm not assuming anything.
But the vast majority of relationships are heterosexual, so how that's
the vast majority of people, the vast majority of men aren't DL either, though. Doesn't have to. I'm not saying the vast majority of men are DL.
Okay, and in statistics, they get like a number. So, like, what is the number that they use to maybe like test the significance of the 80% and other things?
How do they know where they got it from?
Yeah, I know you can do like back tracing. That's like how they do
COVID and that's how they do it.
Ebola and stuff like that.
That's how they do it. Yeah, that's how they do it.
Okay, because like I tend not to use DL lightly because
I don't either. I didn't even say the word
offensive to
Soggy. I didn't even say the word DL. You inferred that from what I got. That's what you got from what I was saying. And I'm not saying it doesn't apply. I'm not gaslighting you. I'm not saying like that's not the implication there. But that doesn't. I wasn't saying that most men are DL. That's not what I was saying at all. This is specifically about HIV though, because there's other STDs out there. I'm sure if you said another STD, it might not be that. It might be something different. But for HIV specifically, the monster, as we call it in America.
Okay, I was just gonna ask.
Yeah, and DL isn't offensive.
Okay.
Right?
I was going because I tend to see it being used online, and I don't just want to say it out, and it might offend someone. So
no,
thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, I don't think DL is offensive at all, Soggy. I think DL is just a descriptive to like what else do you call them? You said what, Shan?
I said unless you're DL. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. I think those are the only people that would really be offended by that because it's like you're outing them. Like, because DL is literally like somebody who doesn't want to be outed.
Yeah.
And they are in a heterosexual relationship. So.
Or they're. I
think that's the only group.
Yeah. Or they're. Yeah, they have to be. Or they. I think you're not even in a relationship, but if they're just like engaging in, you know what I mean, like homosexual acts and then hiding it or you would call it DL. That's what it, Or you would say they haven't come out yet or whatever. But yeah, no. To your point, yeah, specifically, you would have to be in a relationship. That's the point. Yeah, never mind. Because otherwise, it's just you just haven't come out yet. Right?
Correct.
And
that's how I think of it anyway. I think DL is when you are in a heterosexual relationship and you're having homosexual activities. I think that's DL because otherwise, like you said, you just haven't come out, but you're not putting anybody else in that. You're not putting anybody else at risk. You just haven't come out yet.
Hey man, y'all got to stop with these comments. This man says, "So you doing the bending?" Why?
You know what?
Why are y'all like this? I don't understand why y'all got to be like this all the time, dude. Shit is crazy.
There's really no reason.
So calling a man that's not DL isn't offensive?
So what?
Calling a man that's not DL isn't offensive?
It shouldn't be. I don't get offended if somebody calls me homosexual. Why is that offensive?
Yeah, you're not. Like, I guess it just depends on the person. You can choose to be offended by it. You can choose to be offended by anything. But, I mean, if somebody called me a lesbian, I'd be like, I'm not, but okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna say I got nothing but love for my LGBTQIA folk, but I don't identify as anything like that. I'm cishet.
It's not like they literally called me a slur. It's just they are just wrong. Like it's a lie, but they didn't call me a slur.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they now when a person calls you that, they're trying to offend you. Don't get me wrong. I agree with that, Wolves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the intent of them, they're trying to offend you. Like I painted my nails, people, oh, you got that. That's fine. Like you say whatever you want. Oh, you DL. Cool. I hear you. But I don't get offended by that because the implication there for me is I think that something is wrong with that. I do. I ain't gonna lie. Being DL is, to me, I think it's wrong. Because it's deceitful. That's the part that's wrong. Not them engaging in homosexual acts or whatever. Like I don't have a problem with that at all with it. That's their choice. That's fine.
I think I remember you saying on another live, like if a trans person didn't want to disclose that they were trans, that's not a problem.
To who?
Like say a trans person met a love interest.
I've never said that before.
They didn't want to disclose that they were born a certain gender.
Nope.
We get real off topic.
Yeah, I ain't never, that wasn't me. I've never said that before.
I swear that was you, man. It might have been somebody else, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Yeah. I forgot what you said.
Yeah, and I also, yeah, that's a different thing. I think because once again, it's still deception. Deception is deception. So that's what I'm saying. I think just, it's not the like, ew, that's gross. Like, it's not about that. It's just like, oh, you lied to me. That's a big thing to lie about, right? Like, yeah, that's wrong. The lie is the wrong thing in that case. But in the case of the DL, it's not only the lie, it's you're cheating. You're a cheater. Whether you cheat on me with men or women, let's start with the first thing. You're a cheater. Right? You're cheating. Then B, you're cheating on me with me. You're cheating on me with me. Then B, you're lying to me, right? Which are the same thing. Cheating and lying, pretty much same thing. And then lastly, oh, you're cheating on me with men. Okay, all three. Yes, they're all big. If you individually, those are all major issues. Definitely, no doubt about it. Let me read.
Speaking of cheating,
let me read the super chat real quick, Chan. SP said, Miss No Slick Name has it right. Men use other men's stories, even the ones that lie, to excuse not treating women right. Absolutely. We see that every day. Nobody sees it more than me in my lives, though. Nobody sees it more.
I was trying to clock that paternity story with the passport. So I'm like, what? You had to get a paternity test and fingerprinting and all that for a passport? What kind of... Anyway. But speaking of cheating and the whole paternity fraud thing, I think it would be interesting if somebody could really dig into, like, even the ones that did come back to be, like, not the father or whatnot, how much of that was actually fraud? Because are we calling it fraud just because, oh, there's a chance that it could be two of these men, so I need to go get this one tested, and come to find out it's not him, it must be the other one. That's not fraud. That's as upfront as it could be. I'm not telling you this is your kid 100%, and I'm just 100% sure, but we're going to go get a DNA test, and it comes to find out that it's not. So I just would be curious to know how much of what they are calling paternity fraud are women who are literally lying and telling a man, this is your baby 100%, and then come to find out it's not.
That's what
most of them that are getting the test are already unsure. That's the point of them getting the test.
That's what I was saying. So if you're like, oh, I think that there's something there, he don't look like me, like hey man, I done told y'all this story 1,000 times. When I saw my babies in the womb, when I saw the ultrasound, we didn't even get the fancy one. We got the weak ones, the old school ones. That was all I needed. I got that little piece of paper. I did like this. I said, damn, look at that nigga. Look at that hook. I did the look. I looked at it. That baby had that hook. The babies had that hook back there. And then my other baby, my oldest son, this shit right here, I swear to God, I wish we had that shit. If I turn my side profile and I took the thing, you could superimpose my face on his face in the womb. Like, it was hilarious. I was like, y'all are crazy. Like I had never knew nothing about paternity or nothing like that. I never even thought about it. But like men that be acting like they don't know the baby, like stop fucking lying, bro. That's what I'm telling y'all. That's how I know men know. Like I didn't need no test. Like what are you talking? I didn't need no test. I literally saw my babies in the womb and was like, oh, that's my baby. Oh, that's my baby. They're both my babies. They're my kids. We look like what the hell? What you want me to do? Unless she slept with a dude that looked just like me. Yes, sir. Hey, hold on real quick, Soggy Pants. Hey, I'm gonna do you like your mama used to do you. You came in, I let you go in and out too many times. You got to stay in the house this time, brother. You can't drop.
So it's the network. It's my yeah. I have a question. Do you kind of believe in, let's say, African religions?
I don't believe in any religion.
Okay, fine. This is just my opinion because whenever I see this men versus women debates online, it just harkens back to Western ideologies of masculinity and femininity, and which was formed without our consent. And how we thrive in that environment has just been like something I've just been watching because I like to read, I like to understand things. Because in certain African religions, the creator deity is androgynous, meaning it takes on the role of the father and the mother. And that metaphysical kind of idea is just something I kind of believe in. So, like, I don't know why, as melanated people, I would say, we have to keep on fighting the Western boxes when we know that our true identity lies in queerness or just ambiguity. Because the white man, as they'll say, came and told us men do this, men do this. And obviously, certain cultures have patriarchal understanding, but also certain cultures have androgyny and queerness in the mix. Okay. So, like, I just came up here just to ask. That was actually my original question, but how do you think the advancement of Black folks and, like, if white folks want to be involved, okay, moving forward, because we know this Western categorization is not for us. When they said a man, they never said it was us because we were beasts, we were savages. We had no technology, that kind of collaborating. So it's like, what do we do? You know, because
I don't understand the question though. Get to the question, Soggy. Ask me the question, please. Ask me the question. I don't understand the question. What are you asking?
My question is, so what do we do? Like, because we know this Western men ideology of man or woman is not for us, and many African cultures have ambiguity in the mix. What do we do with that?
Unlearn our as in it. I'll tell you. So we need to, as men, we need to unlearn our misogyny, right? Unpack it, heal up, and spread the word like it's the gospel. We need to go talk to as many other men and say, hey, you brother, unpack your misogyny. You need to get over that shit. You need to stop lying to yourself. You need to stop lying to us. You need to stop lying to the women. You need to stop, right? That's what we got to start doing. And then we need to listen to women. We need to protect women, children, LGBTQIA folk, and other men. That's what we need to do in like right now today. That's the short and the long of it. How do you unpack your misogyny? You listen to women. You heal up your traumas. You go to therapy. You know, you read. You get educated. Same things that'll cure racism. Racism cannot exist devoid of ignorance, right? Misogyny cannot exist devoid of ignorance. So as long as ignorance is prevalent, then misogyny and racism can both exist, right? So the more you get educated, the less misogynistic you should become.
And I also want to just address some people in the comments that say African spirituality and is homophobic and misogynistic. That I cannot vouch because Spirituality is also not like religion in the sense that they have a certain rule book on how you practice. So if you decide to practice African spirituality with ambiguity and queerness, then more power to you. And if you want to practice it with two different distinct dynamics, more power to you. But that's one thing I've been thinking about. What was our beliefs pre-contact? Because we are all Black people, wherever we are in the diaspora, and we understand, or some people understand, that the Western man or the Western woman is not for us. It's not like the definition is not.
Wait, Soggy, I hear you, but I have a problem with that because misogyny existed well before white tea people colonized Africa and the rest of the planet. So we don't need to sit here and act like they invented it. They didn't. We invented it, right? Black people, we invented it. We spread it around the globe. We took it to Europe, actually, right? We took it everywhere. We took it everywhere we went. It followed us. They then built other oppressive systems on the backs of that system. They built racism on the back of misogyny, right? They took the model of misogyny and the model of the patriarchy and built racism on the back of that.
So everything bad just has to be connected to the out of Africa.
Nakia paid 50 to drop Soggy. Appreciate the super chat. She said deuces to Soggy. So sorry. You can pay 100 and come back up, Soggy.
I did want to respond to the last thing that he just said, because I don't think that nobody said that everything bad is connected to Africa or Black people or anything like that. But back in like pre-colonial times, there was, like what Public said is 100% true. There was a time where Black men had access to the same things that the white men had access to, and everybody subjugated the women. And the white men wanted even more of the pie to themselves. And so they were like, if we could do this to women, why can't we also do it to other people, aka Black people? So, I mean, it is kind of true that, no, not everything bad, because obviously colonialism is still rampant around the world, and they took it and ran with it, and racism and white supremacy has done extremely atrocious things to people.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't, it doesn't do us any justice to deny where patriarchy started from and how other oppressive systems have been built from that, because the more Black men try to separate themselves from that, the more you stay complicit in making sure it keeps going. But the minute y'all realize, like, oh shit, we do have a part to play in this, from all the way back then up until now, we can play a part in ending it too. It's really that simple.
For real. It's the same thing like with slavery. Yeah, we didn't start chattel slavery. They just they invented a worse system. They invented that's the thing about oppression. Whoever starts oppression, they're thinking it's reasonable. They're like, this is reasonable. You know what I'm saying? Women, they rationalize it. Women don't really deserve that many, right? Whatever the case may be, right? Like, men need to be leaders. However, they could have did it with the best of intentions, let's say. Let's say you give them a pass, right? They were doing it with the best of intentions. They wanted to create a hierarchical structure to benefit society, right? Okay, cool, got you. But intent over impact is a real thing. So you could start by thinking, this is, I didn't start it for this reason, but it doesn't matter, because what ended up coming from that was chattel slavery, was Jim Crow, you know what I'm saying? Was capitalism, whatever, like all these oppressive systems. Did you start out? No. You didn't start all of it. It's the same thing with gangbanging. Like if y'all look up the history of gangbanging, when it first started, they wasn't out here unaliving people doing drive-bys and stuff like that. That was not what gangs were about, right? I'm saying after they splintered off from like the Black Panther Party, whatever, right? Other organizations. Community restoration in progress or whatever it is, even after they stopped being like that and they became like a gang, what we would think of a gang, they weren't like just instantly out there just unaliving people. They weren't unaliving people. They used to fight. They weren't even poking nobody. They would box. They would get down at the park. You know what I'm saying? The Hoovers are beef with the 60s or whatever. Like they weren't even beefing yet. It was, and then one day it just escalated. It escalated. It was fights, fist fights between one person, then it was between 3 people, then it was between 12 people, then it was between 17 people, and then one day somebody said, "Nah, bump that. Bring out the knives." They started. And it was like, man, that's crazy. And somebody said, "Oh, you gonna bring a knife? I'm gonna show you bringing a knife to a gunfight." And then people showed up with that, and then the shit got crazy. And at first it was a revolver, then it became an automatic, then it became a semi-automatic, then it was a little Mac 10, and it became a chopper. Like that's what happens with these things. So that's why you can never ever you gotta stomp it out. You have to stomp it out completely. You cannot let it live. You cannot allow it to exist in any way, shape, or form. The patriarchy has to be uprooted. You can't have it. You can't have anything like it. Because if you have something like it, it's going to lead to people wanting more and wanting more and wanting more. So you got to get rid of the whole thing. There's nothing that is salvageable about gender, right? I know this is what I'm saying. There's nothing salvageable about the concept of gender, masculinity, femininity. There's nothing salvageable about it. Should be done away with completely, because as soon as you use it, you open up the door for people to abuse it. As soon as you try to differentiate people and separate people based on, they like men, they like women, they don't want to have sex, they want to dress up like this, he wants to look like that, she wants to shave her head and put lines in her hair, he want to, like, whatever the masculinity, feminine bullshit, all that, man. As soon as you do that, now you're opening up room for people to mistreat people. And you could look this up, but what's the lady's name? Jane, I always forget her name. You know, the little white lady. What's her name? Jane Elliott. The green eye, brown eye experiment. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If you could find a way to segregate, you could find a way to oppress people by the colors of our eyes. So imagine doing it based on skin or gender or age or you know what I'm saying, or abilities or whatever. You got to get rid of all of the you just have to wholesale all of them completely. You have to wholesale all of them, because where one exists, another one will definitely crop up. That's how it is. Did Jane get exposed? One time for Nakia.
I need to go look that up.
I heard about it.
I think it benefits Black men to also pretend that, you know, racism is the only problem or the biggest problem within the Black community, because it keeps us in this position where we've always been, where Black women will help you in the fight for racism and stand beside you, but you've never done the same in the fight to end racism, but you've never done the same for Black women in the fight to end patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
And for pretty much since the beginning of time, like I said, Black women have stood side by side. Like, racism is an issue. We have to put it into, you know, white supremacy. We're going to fight, march, whatever, hand in hand with Black men. When are y'all going to return the favor when it comes to patriarchy, instead of continuing to perpetuate it and participate in it?
Great question. I don't know. There's some of us that are willing to give up, you know, whatever little power we have or whatever the case may be, completely reject it and you know, and not only give it up to everybody. I'd rather spread it around for everybody, but not enough, unfortunately. Damn, this is crazy. Yes, okay. Real quick commercial break. Naya said one time for Nakia. Oh man, appreciate the super chat. Hippie, abuse usually escalates slowly. Absolutely, Hippie. Well said. Abuse usually escalates slowly. That's why I hate the red flag bullshit. Got to recognize it's a road to rocket raccooning. Exactly. Facts, Obsidian. That's exactly what it is. Y'all hitting the nail on the head. Abuse escalates slowly. That's why I hate the whole you got to see red flags and all that bullshit. How? You can't, because the red flags are dripping out so slowly when you see it and then you don't see another one for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you expect? Oh, I saw a red flag 2 years ago. Like, you ain't fucking. Shit's crazy.
Also, the red flags, a lot of the red flags that women see that are slowly dripping out are the same ones that society convinces us aren't red flags. Like a man trying to tell you what you can and can't wear. That's not a red flag. He just loves you and he's trying to protect you. No, that's a red flag of a controlling person. So it's even harder to recognize the slow red flags when you're literally being groomed to accept the fact that none of these things are actual red flags.
That part. Coco said, see everything as a red flag. Everything, even when he's nice to you, oh, that's a red flag. I'm out. Don't do that. That's what they be saying about the women, Coco. Don't do that. That's what the men be saying. What?
Oh, she on to something at this point. At this point, side eye.
Having a peen is a red flag. This definitely being a man is a red flag. Off the rip. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. Being a man is a red flag off the rip.
Your way backwards from there.
Yeah. Work. Yes. And that's why I am definitely that. That's why I've said this 1,000 times. But men, when we do the whole what do you bring to the table argument, that's what I be talking about, because we are a red flag right off the rip. So we gotta prove to her that we're not a red flag. That's what it is. That's what it is. They all the good guy until they not. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you too. Here, we gonna invite 6 up and then we gonna mute you for the rest of the live. We're gonna do that. Let's do that, 6. You can come up and get unmuted. You know what it is. Soggy a red flag, absolutely. They said GV a red flag, absolutely. Send those heart me's. Actually, the gifts is what really elevates you to the next status. The gifts is what really gets you there. When y'all be gifting your boy, that's I be escalating. They said woos. Hey, how about woos?
Public.
Yes, sir. I'm listening.
I just want to say that the women that's saying I'm a red flag, they're a red flag. You know why?
Why?
Because they talk about what black men not doing, but they cater to the wrong men based on looks and stuff like that. Then you got racist cops unaliving black women. I mean, everybody always got something to say except about the stuff that matters the most. Like, they'll criticize me all day, but then when a racist white person unalive a black man or a woman, they ain't got nothing to say.
That's not true. Black women. Hold on. Black women be the first people on the front lines when that stuff happens, brother. So that's a cap. That's just unadulterated cap. Even before black men, when a black man gets unalived, the first group of people that's gonna go out there is gonna be black women. The people that's gonna organize the marches, the people that's gonna organize the protests is gonna be black women. So that's cap. So I don't know why you're doing that. That's a weird take.
Is that all the time?
I don't know about it all the time. It's more than black men. So when you try to make the assertion that they don't never have nothing to say when it's a white cop, they actually are the people who are the largest proponents. They go against it the most. So
just like Jay Will constantly harassing me in the comments. Only thing he got to do is inbox me and give me his number. We can meet up for coffee.
What does that mean?
He keep coming at me in the comments. I told him if he want to meet up with me for coffee, we can meet up. He can inbox me his number.
Why do y'all need to meet up for coffee? Why can't y'all just talk online? What is the point of meeting up for coffee?
Because I think he want to meet up with me because he keeps saying stuff. You know, I think he just. I want to listen to him in person. Maybe I get a better understanding.
Nakia strikes again, y'all. She paid that 50 to drop that boy GV too. I'm sorry, GV. 6 cents. Go ahead, brother. What you got to say, fam?
What do you mean? You brought me up here like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, because you were making comments, so I wanted to address some of your comments. When I was talking about men, you said we as if it doesn't apply to you. Why don't you think?
Yeah, I seen you talking about how like most men are red flags off the rip. So
I said all men are red flags. Yeah, I didn't say most.
Yeah. I like that. So like, how do you get that?
To a woman?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the person that is most likely to harm her is a man. And she don't know if you that man, if I'm that man, she don't know. So right off the rip, men are red flags to women.
Hello? You hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Well, you kind of cut out.
Yeah. I said, so to women, every man is a red flag because the person that is most likely to harm a woman is a man. So when upon meeting us, they don't know if you're that man, if I'm that man that's going to harm them. They don't know. So every man is a red flag to every woman initially. And we should be.
Okay, I guess I see what you're saying there. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, I guess.
You get? Why do you get? You could just say you agree.
Can I ask you? I want to ask you a random off-topic question.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yeah, hold on. Let me read the super chat. SP said, men always claim women pick by looks. They project what they do. Exactly. And then lie to the women they marry. The women they married him because he appeared to be a good, kind man. Absolutely. When you go look up what women are looking for.
What's wrong with my username? What's wrong with my username in the comments? But yeah, my random question is, what made you decide to put on nail polish? Because wait, before you answer that, I honestly feel like I don't feel like you like putting on nail polish. I feel like you did that to either play with these women, play with their emotions, or just to piss certain people off. I feel like that's what you did. If I can say that word on TikTok, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can say that word. I don't do anything for women. like that. I don't.
So why did you do that?
Because I like to wear nail polish.
No, you don't, bro.
Are you projecting that onto me because you don't like to wear nail polish?
Bro, when did you start wearing nail polish?
When I painted my nails.
When was that?
I don't know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
So you just all of a sudden decided to like wearing nail polish?
No, I've been like nail polish. That's not a new thing. I just never wore it because for a few reasons. I work from home now. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like when I was going into work or whatever, it wasn't like I couldn't do it. I could do it at my job. I just didn't want to because I was like, it just, you know how men are like you. Like, I don't want to like have this conversation and I worked with 99% men. And I was like, I don't feel like doing that. They were super homophobic. I don't feel like having this conversation. But what ended up happening was I was in a live one day and I was talking about how my son is actually my biggest inspiration for this because he paints his nails. And
yeah, but that right there, that right there.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think he's painting his nails? Do you think he likes it, or do you think he's seeing rappers and ball players doing these things?
My son don't even know nothing about pop culture. He plays Roblox all day.
Okay, but you listen to music though, right? And he probably watches streamers, right?
My son doesn't. I'm telling you, I know my son watches the streamers on TV. We watch what he's watching all the time. He watches Roblox.
All right, but he has to be watching some kind of like YouTube streamer or something.
I'm trying to listen. Hold on, wait. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you the streamers he watches.
My friend's 4-year-old son has to paint his nails. He doesn't watch anything. He's 4.
Yeah, that's just what they do when they're around there.
Listen. Hold up a second. I don't believe for 1 second that your 4-year-old woke up one day and he was like, "Yeah, I want to put some nail polish on." Nah, he's seen that from somewhere.
Oh, he saw it from.
I didn't say my 4-year-old. I said my friend's 4-year-old son, and there's no reason for me to make that up right now.
Yeah,
my 4-year-old son loves dolls, though.
My 4-year-old,
like Elsa and Anna's his favorite. He loves Princess Tiana, Moana. Yeah.
Yeah. So my son.
Mario, period.
and my son, when he was 3, he started to ask to paint his nails. And we did it. We didn't let him.
Hold on, 1 second.
Yeah. Appreciate the super chat, y'all.
You also gotta let him finish telling you the reason, 6, if you really want to understand why he did it. You gotta let him get it. get it out.
I don't think
Yo, you still hear me?
Yeah, I'm there.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. What were we talking about again?
We were talking about my son, and you were making an assumption.
Yeah, no pause. Yeah, look at this. So she said her friend has a 4-year-old that just all of a sudden was like, yeah, I want to paint my nails. Your son decided to do the same thing. I don't believe that. I believe they were influenced from somebody, right?
They were. Six. Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't have to jump to a conclusion. You have to make an assumption. You can literally listen, and then we'll tell you why. My son obviously was influenced by his mother because he has a mom who paints her nails. And he was like,
okay, sorry.
He was like, I want to paint my nails too, which that's what people want. Kids do that stuff all the time. And when he was 3, though, we were like, no, for whatever reason, we were still on that. Maybe he was just too young. I don't know. But I know at the time, he asked my wife first. She didn't tell me about it. And then I think she started to let him do it when he turned 5, I want to say. And she told me that she was gonna she did it, and then I saw it or whatever, and I was like, cool, like, whatever. And she told me what happened. She was like, yeah, when he was 3, he asked me, and I kept telling him no. And she said basically he got to the age to where it was like I couldn't tell him no anymore. Like it didn't make any sense to tell him no anymore. And I was like, yeah, that's fair. So in that
wait, 1 second, let me just. How old was he when you said you can't tell him what to do? How old was he at the time?
He was not that you can't tell him what to do. You couldn't rationalize it anymore. It didn't make sense. Like when it was 3, even if it's a girl, if they're 3 years old, you can just say, painting your nails, you're too young to paint your nails. You know what I'm saying? You can hide behind that for any age, whatever. But when they're, he was 5, it was like but why? And it was like we really didn't have a reason anymore. You know what I'm saying? His questions were too hard for us to answer.
How about it's for girls?
Because nothing is just for girls, sir.
Okay. So let me ask you this question. This is where I have a problem with this. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember growing up, we started seeing rappers and these guys wearing purses, and it went from purses to a young thug with the dress,
mm-hmm.
and I was going to nails. Mm-hmm. When do we stop?
Like, never,
bro. Like never. So wait. Yeah, it's all right for guys to be putting on acrylics and dresses and painting their nails and putting on makeup. Once we get to that point, it's okay.
It's been like nail polish was invented by men for men.
Okay.
Men wore dresses.
All
I'm pretty sure that was.
I'll give you that. But we know a dress is made for a woman. We know makeup is made for a woman.
They used to put little boys in dresses. What are you talking about?
That doesn't make it right, though.
It does make it right because it's logical.
What?
Yeah, it's logical to wear a dress.
Yeah, originally makeup and wigs and heels and skirts and stuff like that were made for men, rich men specifically. It was how the rich men showed everybody that they were rich because they could afford all these ornate decorations to their body.
Yeah,
I just feel like you guys are helping push a certain agenda.
What agenda?
Your whole TikTok will get shut down if I really start talking. So I'm not.
No, you can talk about it. You could just be honest. You don't have to be You don't have to be disrespectful. You can say that you believe that there's an agenda to push.
I believe
to push certain ideology. Hold on, 6. Let me talk.
No.
There are certain that you think that there is an agenda to push certain ideologies onto force them onto people, right? But the funny thing is that the agenda you're talking about, A, even if it was a real agenda, it would be harmless. And B, hold on, sir. Calm your emotions, temper them. B, the real agenda that's in front of your face, the one that's actually causing harm, you don't acknowledge that agenda. You would rather focus on this fictitious fairy tale bullshit agenda. But the real agenda, the one that's really destroying us, the patriarchy, capitalism, the real agenda, racism, the real agendas right in front of us, you're not concerned with those. You're concerned with men wearing fingernail polish, eyeliner, and dresses. And you cannot explain how those things are destructive to anybody. Tell us.
I could.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me do it right now.
Go ahead.
Let me finish before.
Go ahead.
I believe there's an agenda to feminize men and make women more masculine.
Those things aren't real things.
Pardon me? Say it again?
Femininity and masculinity aren't real things.
What?
They're not.
What are we in? What where am I? Right?
I'll prove it to you. You said 2 minutes ago, you agreed that fingernail polish was invented for men, right? You know that, I know that, right? Okay, cool. But now it is for women. It's for women now, right? So wouldn't that prove that it's just made up? Because if something used to be considered for men, but it's no longer considered for men, then that means it's just a concept. It's just an idea. It's not a real thing. It can change at any time. Right? That's the proof right there.
Right. Look at this. You named one thing. You said nail polish.
That's just an example. Right? That's just an example.
But look. Let me ask you a question. Was makeup made for men?
Yes. What? Makeup, wigs, makeup. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Makeup, wigs, weaves, lashes, all the shit y'all say for women. Though them shits all started with us, bro. Heels all started with us. Yes. So the thing, but because masculinity and femininity are performative, they're performances. They're not real things. It's a look, like you just said. You want to make a woman more masculine. How do you make a person more masculine? What are you talking about?
By like you're doing it. You do it. You're right here telling all these women, make your money. You leave these men, work hard, get your house. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But like, you're teaching women.
Then there's no but. Wait. Why do you say there's nothing wrong with that and then say but? Then you're contradicting yourself. There's nothing wrong with that, but
no. I'll tell you why. Because you're teaching them to be more masculine while you're simultaneously teaching men to be feminine. That's not going to work.
Hold on, wait. 6 cents. Let me, once again, you don't know what you're talking about. So you're trying. I'm saying, and I'm not teaching women anything, by the way, but I'm just going to use your word track to help you understand. So if I'm teaching women to be more masculine by
preaching,
whatever, doesn't matter either. I'm not doing either one, but I'm teaching them to be more masculine by telling, because that's not masculinity is not a thing, right? So it would be, I'm teaching them to be independent of men, right? Okay, so you're saying that teaching women to be independent is teaching them to be masculine, but the reality is that women are actually taught under the patriarchy to be independent themselves. They're literally raised to be independent. They can function without us. They don't need us to be happy. They don't need us to be healthy. They don't need us to make money. They don't need us. We need them. So in that case, because this is what, hold on. And this is how femininity and masculinity works. It is literally just things, it's characteristics that we generally can ascribe to a certain gender. So if women are proving to be more independent than men, and they are, then that would mean that by the definition of femininity, independence is a feminine trait. It is not a masculine trait. Codependency is a masculine trait because men are very codependent. Women are very independent. Women can be interdependent or independent. Men are codependent. They need women. We need women to live longer. We need women to be healthier. We need women to be happier. We need women to make our most money. We need women. Women don't need us for those things. It's the opposite for women. When the closer proximity they come to men, the unhealthier they become, the less money they make, and the less happy they are. So they are independent. We are codependent. Therefore, femininity would be, independence would be a feminine trait. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what the concepts mean, but you're ardently like grasping onto them. You're like holding on to them for dear life. Why? They got 20 on that boy head. Go ahead, 6 cents.
You said a whole lot right now. I want you to explain to me how us men need women more than they need us.
I just explained it to you. Did you not listen? I'll tell you again. Men who don't have women are less happy, less healthy, and make less money. Is that good enough for you?
Where do you see this stuff?
You can go look.
I'm not saying listen. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I need to see this from myself.
Okay, you can go look it up. Yeah. You can get off whenever we get off of here. You can take this.
Look, last time I looked, nowadays women are in the most antidepressants. So it's like
But that doesn't mean anything. That just means that women go get help the most, which they do because they're independent. Women go, oh shoot, something's off. Let me go to the doctor. Something's wrong with me. Let me go get some help. So they go to the doctor. They do it on their own. They don't wait for a man to tell them to go to the doctor. They don't wait until they're in a relationship with a man and then put all their baggage and bullshit on a man. They don't do that. On their own, without a man, devoid of a man, they go, hey, something's going on. Let me go get that checked. And then they come to find out, oh, they're depressed. Come to find out, whatever. But here's the question. What are driving women to these high levels of depression, 6 Cents? What do you think the number one driver is?
What I think is?
Yeah.
I think it's I don't know.
It's men. It's men.
I think it's deeper. I think it's deeper than that.
It's not deeper than that. I promise you.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like, all right, you said men are unhappy nowadays, right? So do you feel like women are also unhappy?
25. I think men and women are unhappy. I think capitalism. I think capitalism is a driving factor in our unhappiness. Absolutely. Amongst other things.
So why is it that that's the reason why we're mad, but the reason why they're sad is because us? Don't you feel like it would be the same thing?
Who invented capitalism?
I understand. I hate that point. I get like you do.
Why do you hate that point?
Where, like, look at. I'm gonna tell you why. Like, because you take. All right, look at this. There's some higher ups that made some bad decisions, right? We could agree on that. But why are you going to look at the average citizen and put the blame on him? That's not fair.
Because the average citizen upholds the systems of oppression. Without the average citizen, 6 Cents, listen, the average citizen, the average men who participate in the patriarchy, one of the ways is men coming on public platforms trying to gaslight everybody into believing that men aren't the actual problem, that we're not the issue here, that it's women too, that it goes both ways. That's a way that you contribute, a way. Right? That's how you contribute socially. Another way you contribute socially is by abusing the women in your life, the women that are closest to you, whether it be your mother, your girlfriend, your sister, your daughter. It's another way men participate in the system of oppression. Another way men participate in it is how they vote. So politically, right?
Bro, you gotta listen. I'm from Toronto, so I can't really talk too much about this. But you guys want to vote for Kamala Harris? You guys are crazy.
Yeah, I don't care. You don't know anything about Kamala Harris. You don't know anything about politics.
Yeah, I do.
You don't.
So all right, I'm not gonna get into politics.
Don't.
Yeah,
don't. But that's what I'm saying. So you saying that it's crazy to vote for Kamala Harris versus the option that we have, which is a racist white. Hold on, 6 Cents. Please stop cutting me off.
I get a little antsy sometimes. I'm sorry.
So you saying it's crazy to vote for a black woman versus a racist white man is what?
Yeah, not perfect. You just said, who do you think Kamala works for? Do you think she's...
Oh, I know. You're not, brother. You ain't going, you preaching to the choir. You ain't got to sell me on she's not good and she's bad. I'm with you. I ain't against you on that. But out of the two options,
Trump.
Why?
Because he's just better all around.
Name
something, he's better.
Be specific. Because he's a white man and you are a man. Bro, hold on, 6 Cents. Hold on. Let me tell you what it is. You're black, I'm assuming, right?
You just played that card. Hold on. But he just told you not to play that card when you asked if he's a white man, but you just said Kamala's working for the white man. You played that card first.
Oh, wait. Are you black, 6 Cents?
Yeah, I'm black.
Okay. No, I'm just wait. I don't want to make an assumption. So I thought you were black, but you're a black man. Okay. So you have the option between
She's absolutely not black. Yo, Greg, get serious. I'm black.
Brother, I said you were black.
No, I'm talking to the comments.
Don't read the comments. You're talking to me. So you have the option between a racist white man, billionaire oligarch, right? Whose policies will never help the working class people and specifically harm men, women, and children, and women, and specifically people of color, right? So you got that person running versus a black woman, right, who works for a man like Trump. That's basically what you're saying. Like I'm gonna make I'm cool, right? I got you. You want to say Kamala because she is backed by corporations, right? She's backed by billionaires. Who's a billionaire? Isn't Trump a billionaire? Who do you think control? Who do you think funds Kamala's campaign? So I'm just letting you know that that's not a reason not to vote. If that's your reason, that's not the reason to not vote for her, because Trump is the person with the agenda. You see what I'm saying? He's the person that would be Trump has donated to tons of politicians throughout his life. He used to be a Democrat up until 7 years ago. He was a Democrat. He donated to Kamala. Trump donated to Kamala's campaign.
When did he do that? Can I ask you?
What?
When did he do that? When did Trump donate?
When she ran. Not for president, when she ran. I think was it for president? No, it was before that. Sorry. It was before that. It was when she ran in California. So when she ran in California, he gave her money. He donated to her campaign. He's the oligarch. He's the person you're saying.
That was in 2012, 2013. That's way before anything popped off.
But
you think you would do that now? Do you think you would do that now? Hell no.
But what's the logic there? That doesn't negate anything that I'm saying. I'm just pointing out the fact that your logic is flawed, because your argument is I'm not voting for Kamala, or you can't vote for either one. But the reason why Kamala is bad is because who does she work for? Now you want to question who Kamala works for, but not who Trump works for.
I believe Kamala is more for white supremacy than Trump is any day. Any day. Any day. You heard me. I said it. I'm dying on that hill. I'm dying on the hill.
Can you give us proof?
Tio, can I ask you a question? Would you vote for Biden over Trump?
I wouldn't vote for either, but I would vote for Biden over Trump.
Let's say glizzy to the back of your head.
I would vote for Biden over. I ain't got to do all of that. I'm saying, like, I wouldn't vote for either, but I would vote for Biden over Trump. Yeah, easily.
What are we talking about?
You're losing your minds.
You just said we're losing our mind, but you just said you think Kamala is more for white supremacy than the white supremacy.
She is, bro. She's a puppet.
So is Trump.
He is
yeah, you're right, but Trump is more
like him.
Listen, I'm Canadian. I should shut up right now. I shouldn't even talk about
How is she going to be a puppet? The people that you're accusing her of being a puppet to is who Trump is. So you want to just go straight to the source, is what you're saying?
Yeah, he said, let's just cut out the middleman. He said, let's just cut out the middleman.
That would sound more logical. You just want to go straight to the source and vote for the white supremacists, not the one who's the puppet to them. Just
hey, yo.
At least kind of makes more sense.
Hey, yo. An enemy you don't know is worse than an enemy you know.
That's stupid. Trump would be the enemy you don't know. That's a
he's the one we know. You guys remember I said this. Remember this.
Why don't you know Kamala? She's been in the wait. Why don't you know Kamala?
What do you mean?
How don't look? You just made the assumption that who she works for. How do you know that if you don't know her? You must know her. You must know her.
Are you talking personally or what?
Brother, we're not talking. We're talking politically. Well,
yeah, I know who she is. I know about her.
Oh, he's Canadian?
Yeah, he don't even know. Also, 6 cents is like.
Wait, hold on. I said 100 times. I said, I should leave this topic alone, and then you guys kept going. So
I'm done. We can end it right now. We can get back on. We can get it back.
We can, because your point doesn't even matter on this.
We've been.
But I will be honest. A lot of what you guys do over there affects over here. So
Yeah, I know. Also.
Exactly. So I gotta have a little say.
Also.
Yeah, but you don't.
Also, we got 25 on that boy head, by the way. Men's feelings should not be validated.
Exactly.
Also, men's feelings, I'm sorry to tell you, Exhibit Z for the day. We about to have to reset the clock and start back at 8. Men's feelings should not be validated, y'all. Y'all think I'm crazy. You think I'm crazy. Screenshot this shit. I want all the detractors that was yapping. Make it make sense. Why should I validate anything these dudes are saying? This dude just said that Kamala Harris is more of a white supremacist than Trump.
Bro, if you're not with Trump, you're crazy, bro.
And the only reason why he likes Trump is because he is so misogynistic, even as a black man, right? Hold on, 6 cents. Hold on, 6 cents. Black men are so misogynistic that we will look past racism just so we could cozy up to misogyny. We don't mind. He's a minor. We will easily bypass racism. Easily. Racism matters not to black men when it comes to misogyny. The only time racism matters is when it affects black men. Right? Like when it predominantly affects black men. Right? Or when it affects black men and black women equally because it's racism or whatever the case may be. Now it matters. But misogyny, since in our minds, it only affects black women, right? Or misogynoir, since it only affects black women, black men will sell black women out at the drop of a hat, and they paid to drop them. They clipped you. But black men will sell black women out at the drop of a hat in favor of a racist any day of the week. Any day of the week. And I ain't talking about politically, beyond politics, because I know that the vast majority of black men that vote are still going to vote for Kamala Harris. I know that. But I guarantee you're going to see more black men voting Trump this election than we've ever. It was 10% of black men voted for Trump in the last election. I'm going to go out on a limb. It's going to be somewhere between 15 to 20% of black men are going to vote for Trump this time around. 15 to 20% of black men are going to vote for Trump this time around. Embarrassing.
Literally embarrassing.
And if y'all don't think that that's crazy, let's put it in. Break it down mathematically. 1 out of 10 men. that seems like a lot to me. I don't know about to y'all. That seems like a lot to me. 2 out of 10 men is crazy.
Yeah, 10% was already crazy.
10% was nuts. 10% was like, what? 1 out of 10? Wow. Now we're talking. I think it's gonna be 1.5, 2 out of 10. Crazy. Crazy.
Again, when it comes to feminism, they will say y'all are doing the white woman's bidding. So whose bidding are you doing right now?
Coco said,
when you go for Trump, whose bidding are you doing?
The whitest of the white T-man's bidding.
Like what? Because if y'all want to throw that at us, the white woman is only doing what the white man, she only has so much power too. The white man is above her as well. Y'all are literally going straight to the source of the oppression and doing their bidding. Which one is worse?
Facts. Naya, I gotta read this. I gotta read the super sticker. I'm sorry, I didn't read it earlier. We were talking about the wigs, weaves, and lashes. She said, and y'all still out here wearing wigs today. Because we are. She said, and yes, history, i.e. founding fathers. Them founding fathers, go look on them pictures. They got them wigs on in their pictures. They got their best wig. They got their Sunday wigs on in them pictures. Nah, man. Yeah, I think the numbers is gonna be high on this one, y'all. I think the numbers gonna be high on this one. I'm hoping I don't see 15, 20% of black men voting for black men. Prove me wrong. Shut me up, please. This is gonna be the greatest. It's gonna be I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna go live about it. If we do, I'm gonna be proud of it. Win or lose, I'm gonna be proud if black men. I really want it to be under 10%. Black women, 3% of black women voted for Trump last time. 10% of black men voted for Trump last time. If we can match the women, I'm good. 3% of black men, 3% of black women, 4% of black men, 3% of black women. I'm good. I could rock with that. Man, hey man, y'all come on, man. 15% though, we can't have that. We can't have that, man. That's crazy. 15% is crazy. Coco says she thinks it's gonna be lower. Okay. I've been seeing black men mobilizing too. I've been seeing it. I've been seeing a lot more black men mobilizing in the opposite way though, Coco. That's my problem. That's my problem. Black men dislike Kamala more than they dislike Biden. That's what I'm gonna check the polls too. I ain't even been paying attention to the polls. Of course you can come up, Edwin. When have I ever not let you up? Harriet was right. Hey, Obsidian, I did a video the other night on YouTube, and I would talk about how Harriet shouldn't have saved some of our ancestors. That's all I said. Harriet should have left. Some of our ancestors should have got left on the plantation. That's all I'm saying. Some of our plantation some of our ancestors should have been left on that plantation. Some of them crying babies should have been left, but some of them crying babies ended up being the great grandfather to Clarence Thomas. You know what I'm saying? Some of them babies, they offspring is Clarence Thomas. Some of them. I don't know how many. I'm just saying. I know it's 2, 3, 4 of them. I don't know the percentage. It's some of them. Some of them should have been left. Some of them should have been left behind. Look at him, Bugsy. Definitely Bugsy grandparent shouldn't have. Great. Hey, look, Bugsy said she claims she's South Asian. Her words. She claims she's black too, sir. Her words.
Right, she is South Asian.
She is South Asian.
She is. Y'all mad?
She is South Asian too. His relatives didn't get free. Hi, baby. Hello. What are you doing? Come here. What you doing? You still got your shirt on backwards. Dollar Tree.
Boy.
Chipotle. French fries. 5 days.
Yay!
Yay! Okay. You're rolling me back, bro. What are you doing? Your shirt is backwards. Thank you. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Go ahead, JW. Edwin,
Like a good day, by the way, Jackson. I'm with that.
Jackson always, y'all don't know our struggle over here. Jackson want to go Dollar Tree, Chipotle, French fries every day. So if you don't, he ain't at school. So every day we gotta take this boy somewhere like that. He don't want to. They went. My wife and my son went to the beach this morning. He didn't want to go to the beach. You know what I'm saying? She offered to take him to the park. He don't want to go to the park. He just want to go Dollar Tree, Chipotle, French fries, or he want to go. He always want to go somewhere like that. He want to go somewhere where the food is. He likes snacks. That's his thing. Go ahead, JW.
Men's feelings should not be validated for the simple fact that they're weaponized. Too many dudes are out there shaping up their feelings like a lure, looking for some validation, sitting on their little toxic pond, hoping that somebody takes a bite. That's the simple, quickest reason that men's feelings should not be validated.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want, on the political thing, the smartest thing that Donald Trump ever did was deny that debate.
That's true.
Him in an arena with Kamala, she'll the misogyny will come oozing out of that man, and she will rip him apart. That was the smartest thing he ever did. Deny that debate.
Do you think his constituents would care if he was misogynistic, or do you think that they would like it even more?
That's a really good question. I was actually having that conversation the other day. It's a hard toss-up for me. It's either they're going to see, wow, this is somebody I really shouldn't be supporting based on how gross it is, or
his constituents. He already said grab them by the vaginas. It ain't no.
or they're gonna be like, that's my guy.
They're gonna be like, that's my guy. They're gonna be like, that's my guy.
I know. It's fucking
They're gonna be like, that's my guy, man. 100%. No doubt about it. I'm afraid of, because the racism, we already see what Trump does so what I'm talking about is when Trump goes stumping around on his campaign trails, whatever city he goes to, inevitably hate crimes go up in that city. Definitely originally when the first time around. I don't know about this time. But that was a known thing that they tracked, right? I'm worried for the misogynoir. I'm concerned about that. If he is doing, I'm a little. I'm not gonna lie. I'm concerned about that. With him not getting in office, him getting in office, whatever. I am definitely concerned about the misogynoir. Him getting on stage talking crazy about a black woman, crazy, because because Trump, that's what he does. Like, that's what he does. Y'all know never. One of the most entertaining things I've ever watched in all of my political life is Trump debating in the first election in the when he was running, trying to get the votes, whatever. What's it called? what's it called when they run before they get the nomination? Primary. When he was in the primaries. And he was debating and he was on stage and he was talking about them dudes' wives and stuff. That shit was crazy. I never thought I would see that on stage. I was like, what? That was crazy. Trump he don't care, man. He don't care. That's what they like about him. He says the things that they want to say. He says the racist thing. He doesn't stop. He says the misogynistic thing. Go ahead, JW.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't like Trump, because he's pandering to his own voters. He's
a major panderer. Major.
At least once in a while, maybe reach across the aisle and inspire some hope on that side of the conversation. But there's nothing there. It's just constantly pandering to his own constituents, and it's disturbing, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not looking. That's the thing I'm not looking forward to. Just for me, I don't have a, as far as you already know my thing, whatever. I don't care either way. I do care. I think Trump is crazy. I don't. I'm not gonna hold this.
Trump is crazy.
Trump is nuts. I don't think he's crazy. Trump is crazy. I am, for the first time, on some real shit. I'm in California, whatever. But like on some real shit, I am so weirded out by the shit that I'm hearing Trump say this time around that I'm like, yo, man, fuck, I ain't even the Project 2025 stuff like that. That's all. To me, I use that. That's like propaganda type shit. I know it's they're a think tank and yada yada yada. There's a bunch of think tanks, but yeah, it has gotten worse. Like it has gotten worse. His rhetoric has gotten worse. So I don't know. Like I don't know. But the shit he's saying, man, the Christians only got to vote for me one more time. I mean, the first time around, he was trying to fake like he was a populist. He was talking about giving people health care and ending wars. Y'all go listen to Trump the first time around. Trump is talking about giving everybody health care and ending the wars. Now he's saying, Christians, you don't ever have to vote again after I get into office. I mean,
it's crazy. Did you see the conversation about the Palestine riot? What he was saying about, I made a TikTok about it because he had a call with like Fox News or something, and he was talking about how they burned the American flag, and his proposition for that was to put everybody that does that in jail for a year.
Yeah. I think I saw your video. Yeah, I saw your video. Yep.
And he's comparing it to Kim Jong-un and
yep.
Putin. He's like, oh, that doesn't happen in their country. I'm like, wait a minute.
They're authoritarians.
Trump, that doesn't happen in their country because right. So you are just outright saying it now. Like, dude, people.
Hitler would never allow that.
Right. Dude, bro, I'm like, I couldn't believe I heard that come out of his mouth. I'm like, because people are like pretty concerned if that's what his plan is. And here I am saying, oh, well, maybe that's not his plan. Like, I'm the optimist, right? I'm trying to see around it. But when he outright says, well, they're not doing that in other countries, it's like, dude, they don't do that in other countries because they can't.
They can't.
Right. And so, but you're making the same proposition here in a country where we're supposed to have public discourse.
Trump is on that WWMD. What would Mussolini do?
He's a really good example as to why men's feelings should not be valid.
He's a beacon for why we shouldn't validate men's feelings. He's a beacon. He's like the fucking lighthouse at the edge of the beach, bro. Like he's the one. I'm like, yeah, that if you don't look no further than Trump as to why we should never validate men's feelings.
Well, you can look just below Trump at JD Vance. That's another good example.
I got a whole video about JD Vance on my YouTube page, man. Y'all should go check that shit out. I'll talk about JD Vance, Harrison Buckner, and what's that Forrest Whitaker looking MFer? Jason Whitlock. I talk about and I'm like, I play the clips. And I'm like, listen to all their rhetoric and how it all aligns and how, all this stuff. It's crazy. Go ahead, Darlene.
Hey, Pub. Hey, Shenanigans and JW and everybody in the comments section.
Hey.
I wanted you to bring me up, Pub, because you have the classic man whose feelings should not be validated right there in your comments section.
Who?
And I want him to come up too.
Which one?
His name is Bugsy.
Oh, I invited Bugsy up several times.
Please bring him up because Bugsy is in those comments trying to threaten me simply because I told him nobody should have to dumb down who they are for anyone else. So now he want to threaten me with his sister and his wife. So please bring him up so we can hash this out.
I did. I muted him for the live.
I'm about to meet him at the beach or nowhere else to talk to his wife to say what I got to say.
Nope. Unnecessary. Y'all be so weird with these veiled threats, and then when we clock it, what do you mean? You're scared. That's what he tried to do with me. He was like, we can meet up. And I was like, why are you threatening me? And he was like, you're scary. That's why you think that. I'm like, what? Bro, shut up.
I told him the same thing. Like, I'm not scared. But also, are you really that mad because I said nobody should have to dumb down themselves for anybody else? I said, he's like, say that to my wife, say that to my sisters. I said to anyone. Why should anyone have to do that?
Yeah. That's what I said.
Ridiculous.
The prosecutor versus the felon. That was the distinction I drew the other day. The prosecutor versus the felon. Like, come on, man. What is we talking about? This is not even.
The only way I'm meeting up with your wife is to take her to the DV shelter.
For real. If she needs to escape, Bugsy's wife, holler at us. We will
We'll meet up with you.
We'll
by
get
yourself and in a location, that is going to be very well lit with a lot of people, and we're going to take you to get some help. We're going to take you away from that man.
His wife.
Guys, the fact that
go ahead,
men's feelings shouldn't be valid, that's a good thing, guys. That's not a shot at you. That's not like cutting men out or excommunicating. That's telling you that you should focus on working out your emotions yourself. Your feelings, you should work that out on your own. Men need to stop looking to women for like mom as their mommy. Dude,
no. JW, not just women, men. Men thrive off of validation from other men.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough. Yep. That's fair. I'll accept that 100%. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But I do see way too much. I see men like looking for a mama. Like they want to be taken care of hand and foot. They're looking for their feelings to be valid. It's like, bro, just process that shit on your own. Stop projecting that onto a potential partner or
your mom, your homegirls, your sisters.
Right. It's embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing.
It is. It's bad. I mean, it just don't help nobody. You make the women in your life sicker because you dump all of your shit onto them, and you yourself aren't really getting any help. You're getting like momentary relief from dumping all your shit onto them, but you're not actually getting to the root of the problem. So the problem persists. The issue is still there. You never cure it because you never address it. You just dump your shit onto the women. They take it on because that's what women are conditioned to do. Unfortunately, women are our emotional sponges and rags, right? You know what I'm saying? And we just dump onto them. They absorb all of that shit. Then they don't have anybody because we don't listen to them. When it's our turn to listen to them, we don't listen. We run and hide. We can't do it. Or we try to fix the problem when they try to tell us what the issue is. We try to fix the problem. They say, oh, this is what's going on with us. And then we go, just stop listening. Just stop. Why are you talking to her? Wait, why? See, why are you so upset? You don't need to be like, that's what we do. It's not when it's them. I tell my wife, so she ain't trying to fix my fucking problems. She just be, yeah, man. Yeah. She can give me a little feedback, whatever. But she ain't trying to fix the problem with me. Like, what the fuck? Only I can fix it anyway.
Yeah, or correct the problem.
Correct it.
Or reword the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't say it like that. You should say it like this.
Tone police. A bunch of tone policing going on. Tons of that. Like, that shit is, yeah, JW, that's exactly what it is. We definitely gotta get out of that mode of needing women to validate us. Yeah, man. I mean, interpersonally, if I say something to my wife, to anybody, man or woman, I don't care. If I say something to JW, if I say something to Shanna, if I say something to Darlene, one-on-one, I don't like this about how you talk to me, yada, yada, yada. I don't like how you did X, Y, and Z last week, yada, yada, yada. I do expect you to validate me. I do. If you don't, we're not really good friends then at that point, right? What? Don't do that. Don't invalidate. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, like, that was fucked. I didn't appreciate that. I want us, let's get over it, right? Completely different. What these men is saying though is not that. This ain't that, man. It's not that. It's just not the same. It's not the same thing. And that's what I'm not talking about in a like, I get it, in a relationship, your girl disrespects you. She, whatever happens, you guys have a disagreement, you bring it up to her. Hey, I didn't really like yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm saying? When I was talking to my kids, I didn't like how you came in and was like, don't talk to them like that. Like, don't do that. Don't undermine me in front of my kids, in front of our kids, yada, yada, yada. Cool, bet. Don't gaslight me. Don't be like, well, I only did it. I don't want to hear that. Don't do that. That was wrong. Don't do that, right? Don't do that. Cool. Completely different. Jumping online though. Jumping online. And we having these discussions and you start talking about paternity fraud. Hey man, I'm just saying, I could be, hey.
Wow. That's crazy. Yo, I have a troll that comes to my lives. He tries to tell me that all male issues stem from paternity fraud.
That's
like he was trying to
bonkers.
That's his whole bit. Everything that men do wrong is because they're not safe and secure with the idea that the woman is actually carrying his child. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro?
Hey, what Mario Winans say in that song with Diddy? I don't wanna know if you're playing me. Keep it on the low. I don't know about y'all. Hey, if I've been raising my babies this long and we rocking out, we rocking out. I don't want to know. I really don't. Keep it on the low. Like, y'all can keep that. I don't need to know. I don't need to know nothing. Keep that shit on the low. We've been rocking out. They 17, 18, 20 years old. I don't want to know. What you trying to do to me?
I agree. I feel like that's the cruel part. You wait till the baby's 18 and be like, I gotta tell you something.
I'm mad. I'm doing this. I'm not gonna even hold y'all. Y'all think I'm playing.
Why would you do that?
If my wife want to tell me something and I think it's that, la 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 la. Lolly, lolly, la 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 la. I want to hear that shit. What y'all talking about?
Why would you wait that long? Like, at that point, just don't say nothing.
Take that shit to your grave.
With his kids. Let them be his kids.
Y'all tripping.
You made a good point though, as far as like it being not just in relationships, but like in public exchange at all, like ever, like men's feelings should not be validated. Because you see, like I don't know, I see videos all the time where a man will say something to a woman or try to start a conversation and she's clearly not interested, clearly not trying to have that conversation, and bro gets like really offended. Yeah. Like, and women like start recording immediately because they already know that this is about to be some viral footage. That they're,
I got a video
just by virtue of her laying there on the beach and some dude like dressed up for winter. I don't know if you saw that one. Dude looks like he's wearing like a vest and sweatpants and like he's fully dressed. He's trying to talk to her and she's like, I don't even.
She's like, I'm okay. Right now. He's like, where did you get that snow cone? She's like, back there. He's like, oh, what flavor did you like? She's just like, no, I'm not saying this exact thing, but it's just, it be shit like that. Like, they just try to spark up a conversation, and the women are like,
so weird. Yeah, and they're not having it. And then when you don't engage, it's like this full tantrum. It's this full.
I wasn't even trying to fuck you. That wasn't even what I was trying to do. I'm married too. I was just asking you, how did your ass get so fat? That's all I wanted to know. As a married man, like, bro, she's cool, bro. We're good. Everybody's fine over here. Tripping. Y'all be wilding, bro. Hey, man, men's be wilding. Men's be wilding. That shit is crazy. I seen it too many times. In real life and online. I seen it too many times. Oh, remember the first guy that I could think of that went viral was that short dude in the store? Remember the short guy in the store? And he was like, oh, what? You don't want to date a short, like, I forget the exact, hold on, man. I'm trying to remember the video. Y'all know what video I'm talking about. Y'all know the video I'm talking about. It was a short dude, and they was in like a bakery or something like that. And they were in line, and then he was like, and you women always swipe right on me on the thing. It was like, what? Bagel guy. It was Bagel guy. Yep. It had nothing to do with anything that was going on. But these men don't ever talk to women. They don't have access to they don't have access to male friends or female friends. So online, you could see it come out all the time. GV, I think GV might be an example of that. Not that y'all don't. Between us, between the 800 people, between these two lives, it might be GV. GV is the gun. I don't know, GV. I'm not saying for sure. I'm just saying some of the shit you saying sound like the shit he was saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Little weird, right? But that's crazy. Men's is going. The men's is not all right, man. The brains is leaking. the brain is a little leakage. Something going on in there, man. We unstable a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You see Bugsy, unstable. 6th Sense, unstable. Y'all a little unstable, man. A little shaky ground there. Y'all like walking on the moon. The shit like walking on Mars. It don't feel right. The surface ain't right. Something going on. But hey, I appreciate y'all, man. I gotta go. I gotta wrap this live up. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Thanks for coming up, y'all. Darlene, JW, Shan, thanks for rocking out with me. I appreciate everybody on the YouTubes, everybody that all the super chats. Makila. Hell Kittens and Whispers is crazy. Makila, appreciate the cash app. She said Hell Kittens and Whispers is crazy. Shout out to the best minds in the business. Definitely. Hey, Woo, you hit the cash app one time. I ain't seen your name in there, brother. Go on and drop a dollar in the collection plate. Are you not entertained? We just rocked out for 4 hours. We just rocked out for 4 whole hours. My YouTube people held me down as usual. Love y'all, man. The comments was commenting. GV, appreciate you, man. Samantha said she's so late. How you so late? I thought you was in here. You ain't got it. Woo said he ain't got it. It's all good, man. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, Marion. It's all good. If you ain't got it, you ain't got it. What they say in church, don't give till it hurts. You ain't got to give till it hurts. Oh, man. We got videos coming up. I got content coming out today on the YouTubes. Everybody check out the YouTube page. Yeah, $1 will do you. It'd be 400 people in here. Everybody gave me $1. I'm good. Seriously, everybody just walked in the door, dropped $1 off in the collection plate. I'm good. We good. I'm a happy man. Support a black business. This is a blacker business, y'all. It's a blacker business. Okay, support your black business. All right. Love y'all.